fellowship, and rejoice in. Let's celebrate God's goodness together. For more event information, visit our website, thekingsassembly.org/20.
God's Kingdom Society, GKS, the Church of the Living God, Rumukoro branch, celebrates Freedom Day, the birth anniversary of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Proofs abound in the Holy Bible and other authentic historical records that Jesus Christ was born in the month of October. Come and hear the proof of Christ's birth in October, as well as the significance of his mission to the world. Sermons, let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall. And was Christ born on Christmas Day? Date, Sunday, October 13, 2024. Venue, GKS Service Hall, 3 to 5 Lane, behind Juhel Filling Station, formerly Total Filling Station, Rumukoro, Port Harcourt, River State. Time, 10 a.m. prompt. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. Signed, God's Kingdom Society, Rumukoro branch.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. I have same set of guests I had 3 days ago, right?
That was Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday?
Yeah,
so
it was
2 days
Tuesday.
ago now.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
2 days ago, yeah.
All right, same brilliant young people in tech. Talking about the events coming up on the 1st and 2nd of November, 10 a.m. I have the group from Borderless Developer Program in the studio this morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
For the benefit of those hearing your voice for the first time, please, let's go over your names, yeah?
Okay, so I'm Carla
Okay.
God, and I'm the lead partner at Borderless.
All right.
Okay. My name is Ibrahim Udo, and I'm the community manager for Borderless.
The what?
The community manager.
Even from here, I'm straining to hear you.
Speak out.
Okay, my name is Ibrahim Udo, and I'm the community manager for Borderless.
All right, welcome.
Hi guys, good morning everyone. My name is Frank Miabaka and I'm the social media manager and strategist for Borderless.
Okay, so what is happening? What has brought you again?
Okay, so same thing we talked about the last time, the events that we have. And the last time also, we didn't talk about the Cypher session opportunities that we have, where you get to learn UI/UX design, data analysis, Solidity, Rust programming language, and a bunch of other tech skills for free. And we're taking in students right now.
Okay.
So the application process is on our Twitter. Like, we run our application process from Twitter to our website.
Okay.
You can't be a tech person if you're not on Twitter. Twitter is the place for X is the place for all the socials and all. So for people to get
to Instagram
no
and TikTok.
nah. Those are for entertainment, the videos and all. But you want to take action, you go to Twitter. You want to get opportunities, job opportunities in the tech space, in the Web3 space, you go there. So there are a lot of other things we'll talk about as we go on. But they need to go to our Twitter handle. It is Borderless Dev. So Borderless, then Dev, DEV, together. And then the pinned post is there.
Okay.
So when they go through the pinned post, they get to do the application for you get all instructions for how you should apply to get into the program. Now, everybody that applies will get into the program as long as they meet the eligibility criteria, and it's there on the Twitter.
Would you like to share?
Yeah, it's just you just have to be below 30 years old.
Okay.
That's all.
To be
below 30 years old.
To enroll.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Are you saying that everybody who meets that criteria will be enrolled?
Will be enrolled. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this will be virtual.
No, it's both virtual
hybrid.
and physical.
It's hybrid.
Physical
and virtual.
Yeah.
So if you're not in PH and you want to join the program, you could also apply.
So you have space, let's assume you have space for 60 to 70 persons.
No, we have, when you say space, you mean like our physical hub.
hub.
If we have, no, we don't have
virtual.
that. I think it's up to 30. It's 30 persons that can
So
sit at
I
a time.
think I get what you're asking, right?
Okay.
If we can actually teach 60 persons in a cipher section,
Yes.
yeah, it's possible.
Oh yeah, we've thought
In a
over
physical
100
space.
physical space.
You say
Physical space.
hybrid.
Yeah.
Hybrid is you're going to have physical and virtual classes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you have 60 persons physically
No,
come to a facility.
What we can do is share
it, yeah.
share it.
Yeah.
For example,
Just
last year
get
we
those.
handled the blockchain development sessions for NITDA. Last year we had over 300 people visiting our hub. So what we did was we shared it. So week 1 was for this set, week 2 was for this other set, week 3 was for this other set. So that's how we do it. So you can't have everybody at the same
At the
time.
same
You all
time,
sweat. The AC will not be enough to carry everybody.
I needed to ask because someone would probably have it in their heads.
Yeah,
ringing.
of course. All they just need to do is apply. The application is for between now and November
6th.
6th. Yes, November 6th. We extended it after our event because we know people will come for the event, and then even during the event would help them apply for the program. So that's for the cipher session.
Okay.
Then for the events, I think I'll let guys talk about the event
Okay.
itself.
Okay, for the event, it's going to be 2 days. We've already said that. And the first day is basically going to be technical, right? For, we say if you have product, you can just come for product showcase. If you want to register for hackathons and build, you can also showcase those ones.
Okay.
My guy explained what's an hackathon the last time.
It helped me a lot.
Okay, so this hackathon now, I think we're going to send out the announcement on our page. So it's very important that anyone listening now and wants to follow up should follow Borderless Dave on Twitter, because
all your activity can be tracked on X.
Yes. Every single
everything.
On X.
Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
That's Borderless Dev.
Yes.
Yeah, Borderless Dave.
Please go.
So if you're joining the hackathon, right, you get to build. You can build a team. One thing we did the last time was if you are a developer and then you need a UI UX designer, we can provide you with that from our communities. So you can actually build this thing, and on the first day of the event, you showcase, and definitely there will be a winner for the hackathon. But if you have a product and you also want to showcase, there's also a form. It's already on our page where you can just fill, and we'll get to know and fill in your details, so you can also present on that first day. So basically the first day is products showcase, technical talks. If you want to know more on the things you want to build, or you're just coming in, we are also getting to talk to Web 2 developers who want to build on Web 3, so they'll get the opportunity to learn more on the first day. And then the second day is if you're not that technical but you also want to do things in Web 3, like I'm a community manager, right? That's a soft skill. So if you're not technical with the codes and you want to learn how to leverage the things that you do, like social media management and every other soft skill, you get to hear from experts and people who want to share their own stories. So all of this happens on the second day. And then we talked of the concert, right? So if an artist and you want to just showcase the things that you do too, that will be later after the conference. We'll just switch to public goods concert, and then all of this happens there. So
all of this is free.
Everything is free.
Everything
Everything
is free.
is free.
Even speaking of hackathons, you don't have to be a developer to be part of a hackathon.
Yeah.
If you have an idea, maybe you had this idea that you've written down somewhere of a product or a service that you feel like would benefit humanity, right? This Borderless 3.0 is a perfect opportunity for you to enter into the Web3 space, because most people, I've been on that side of the spectrum before, where I have an idea but I don't really know how to go about it, right? Because of the whole coding and everything. I'm not that knowledgeable, but I have ideas, right? So you could come, right? You could register for the hackathon, and then you could build your own team of developers, right? So once you register, would help you.
From our community, could just help you put the.
There's already a criteria for those registering for certain programs, right?
Yeah.
The age limit.
Yes.
Does that apply to every other thing?
No.
No.
The
It's
event,
just
the
the
event is
cipher.
different.
No, the event is
The
forever.
event is different.
The reason that age limit is there is because, from our experience, we're doing this for the past 3 years. From our experience, people who are above 30 usually they're at the point in life where their time is not, they can't just give time to everything.
Okay.
So sometimes somebody's doing a master's and also trying to pursue a tech skill, and they're not able to show up for the classes. Even though it is free, it is not cheap. The fact that the program is free doesn't mean it's cheap. It costs money. We pay our reps some stipends. It's not even enough to pay the full thing, but at least something value is being provided. So when we get people like that who probably have other activities that you have to attend to, of course it's life, but you will not be able to give all the time.
So how about the younger persons that lack commitment? They register, but they don't.
Yeah, sometimes they drop off.
They don't follow through.
Yeah, sometimes they drop off and they re-register again for the next cipher session. For example, the first cipher session we had people who registered and joined. They didn't go through. The next one, they registered again, and there was one person who it was the third time that he finished, because we do it every quarter. So when we check our database, we see him every month. It was the last quarter that he finally finished, and we could understand. He was a student, he was going to school, he wasn't able to merge the two, but at the end of the day he built capacity, and he was able to do it and finally finish at the end. So we get people like that sometimes that do. But then again, there are other opportunities apart from the cipher session. For example, when you come for the event, you could even meet. One of the beautiful things about events is the networking opportunities that it gives. You could meet somebody who has probably their own community of data analysts or UI designers or Solidity, and say, okay, I'm having this, I'm going to teach everybody for free. We have people like that a lot in the Web3 space. So even if you are not able to meet this, when you come for the event, you probably will meet other people who do these things for free also, that don't have the the eligibility criteria that we have and all.
Well, we have to go. We've run out of time.
Yeah.
And I hate it that it's happening like this, but we have to go. So those with interests should go to your X handle.
Yes.
Right?
And then they could call us also.
So let's begin from the X handle at Borderless Dev.
Yes.
Right? That's
BORDERLESSDEV.
okay, that's Borderless Dev.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a pin post.
Yes.
Right? The pin posts would instruct them or direct them on what they need to do.
Yes.
To
To
be
learn
part of
the
it.
skills.
Right?
Yes.
Then the phone numbers.
Okay, let me just call them out. Okay, do I start?
Please.
090 090 11 68 61 and 86. That's for the first phone number. And the second one, 081 30 94 1643. Let me add another one. 091 2828 6253.
Okay. So those are the numbers they should call if they want more
for the
information
event.
for the event.
Yes.
But the registration and every other thing
Is on
X.
yes. And I also,
also-
the event is on 1st and 2nd November.
Okay. The
So
venue.
White Jade Event Center. White Jade is between Eliozu and Rupoko roundabout.
Okay.
So if you're going from Eliozu, you just take a cab and just tell the driver White Jade to drop you there.
All right.
That's it.
And could they
Quickly
get our physical location for the hub so they could come and ask
So they can
questions?
get all those on X.
when they call, they get the information. They send you a message on X. You
Yes.
respond to that, right?
Yes, of course.
Thank
I've got a
you.
call. I'll just answer one.
Carla
Iberedem.
And Frank.
thank you guys for dropping by this
Thank
morning.
you so much.
Let's go through the papers now and begin our conversation in earnest. Today 95.1. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, so welcome to the newspaper review segment. Today's quest, Today 95.1 FM, 14 minutes now past the hour of 8, October 10, 2024. Welcome, everyone. Kelly's my name. So let's begin. Yesterday came the big news of increase in the pump price of petrol. By almost, 200 naira? I think almost 200 naira per litre. Currently, the NNPCL, they sell between 885, I think 885, that's what they sell. So if you do 885 going by the rates we're seeing online, here in Port Harcourt, it's supposed to sell between 1,030 to 1,075 naira. So that's almost 200 naira increase in the price of petrol. How many percent? Well, I'm not doing that math right now. But Joe Ajero speaking with reporters yesterday at the NFC Secretariat after that statement, listening to him and just supposing that with the statement the NLC released, calling for an immediate reversal, I'm like, no, they don't tally. So perhaps they needed to say something, but the sincerity in that statement, it's really much watered down by the comments by Joe Ajero during that session. But he also talked about the minimum wage. Interesting that the actual law is yet to be received by the NLC. That's huge and concerning. It's been months now since President Tinubu assented to it. Labour leaders are yet to see the law passed by the National Assembly assented to by the President on the minimum wage. So the implementation is still very fuzzy. I must say this with what we're hearing. And then his comments about the CNG vehicle that the federal government, we brought that story your way, and we even allowed you to listen to all the players when they did the distribution of vehicles to NLC, TUC, and Student Union. Joe Ajero says, where are we going to refuel? We don't have refuel centers. So the buses are parked there. My God. Anyway, let's move on. So yesterday, the Senate had a bit of a dramatic session. There's a story which we'll get into from Anambra State, where the executive governor of the state is passing a bill mandating the local government to pay a share of whatever they receive from the federal government into an account. So that made the senators, a senator from Anambra State, Tony Amoye, raise the alarm, and then the Senate went into a closed session. After that session, you heard the resolutions reached by the Senate. Is that enough? I don't know. The question about this federalism, it's confusing. State can't make laws unique to them and so on and so forth. Anyway, so you listen to Senator Tony Amoye speak first, and then the Senate President and some of the deliberations that happened in the Senate yesterday. And then the police PRO, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, speaking on the police motor registry, the electronic police motor registry. You listen to him. He says it's not being suspended. It is the enforcement that has been suspended. Okay, that one. Yesterday, they went on they call it capacity building and on-the-spot assessment of the damage of the LG Secretariat in Rivers State. The Commissioner for Police in the state, Bala Mustafa, paid a visit to some of the local governments, I think for Obiakpo and the others. The chairmen were on ground to receive the Commissioner of Police, who then said there will be a probe. So that really is where we have one of our questions for Real Talk this morning. What's going to come out of that probe? Like many probes, the police now, they are saying they'll probe it. What's going to come out of it? That's the question for Real Talk this morning. So the Commissioner of Police visiting the burnt local government headquarters. Let's move on from there. A video back in time, in light of all of these fracas and crisis happening in River State, you have a lot of throwback videos now on social media. In fact, the one you listened to was sent to me this morning. Someone sent it to me this morning. I said, there are many of these videos now. And then when I listen, I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, former governor speaking about Amechi while he was governor. That is, when Nyesom Wike was governor, some of the comments he made about Amechi, he's not God. Why is he talking down on the state? All of those things. It appears that that's the direction it's going right now, and it's getting a lot of reactions, buzzwords all over the place. All right, so you heard that this morning, and yesterday I saw this video I think 3 days ago when one of these social media thing caught up with Ali Pate, Minister for Health. You listen to him try so hard to defend the decisions of President Tinubu to seek medical care abroad. He tried so hard to defend it, and she just kept insisting, looking for ways to get him to respond. Well, I thought to just share that with you. I actually enjoyed listening to it, how she literally just harassed the minister. The minister just found a way to keep his calm and rabble-rouse his way out of the entire question she threw at him. So I let the questions and his answer go together. And lastly, I saw that viral video yesterday of Amechi speaking about how he's surprised that he's angry that citizens are not angry. We should be angry because of diesel, how he can't afford diesel any longer. I say, hey, they have come again, oh. I had to wait to confirm that the video is current, because sometimes they can just bring something back into circulation, but somewhere in the frame there to show the dates. So when I saw the date, I'm like, okay, this is likely current. And truly, it's current. The former governor of Rivers State, the former minister of transportation, speaking on situations, said we should be angry, we should protest against politicians and stuff. When I like, lead the protest now. You know they come and protest. Thinking out loud. Thinking out loud. And then he talked about how he never sat in a room and mobilized thugs and stuff. We'll have that conversation this morning, by the way. So one more time, welcome everyone. We have to race through the stories, and I do have a number of stories and pay some bills at the same time. So God will help us today. I'm sure we'll be fine. Last. So yeah, the channels to reach out to us this morning for your contributions. We look forward to it. I know the last 2 days haven't been, very, open and friendly towards your contributions, but please bear with us. A number of things happening. We have a lot of information and we just want to share as many as possible. 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Again, 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Those are the numbers to call. You want to send a message, 0701-9339-962. Again, 0701-9339-962. That is the number to send your messages. Please use that number to send messages. Traditional SMS channel or the WhatsApp channel, please use that number. You see, I had to bring the bell close. The sound you heard is me pulling the bell close. The mic is not open yet. The panelists are already talking. Please, I haven't even started the walk. Please, gentlemen and elder, so that they can hear and not be distracted. Thank you for your cooperation. By now we should be talking, I understand, but please, thank you very much. And then on other social media platforms, on Facebook and X, today we have Opinion Poll, Real Talk, and the General Post. Facebook, Today951FM. Facebook, Today951FM. Whereas on X, it's Today FM 951. On X, Today FM 951. Let's quickly begin. Today is World Mental Health Day. Oh. With everything happening in Nigeria, which other theme strikes home better than this one? Our mental health. The overall benefit of World Mental Health Day is to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world and to mobilize efforts in support of mental health. The day provides an opportunity for all stakeholders working on mental health issues to talk about their work and what more needs to be done to make mental health care a reality for people worldwide. The theme for today is mental health at work. Mental health at work. I wish we could just sit down like this and just have a town hall. Let's just sit down and be gisting what it's like. Oh dear. Daily Post is our first stop. Let's begin. Hardship. I can't afford diesel again. I can't afford diesel again. Rotimi Amechi. Let me roll it over. To the next story. Real reason NNPCL increase fuel pump prices again. Marketers. Petroleum marketers say the Nigerian government has completely removed the subsidy on petrol. They say it's the reason the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, increased the price of the product to 1,030 naira and 998 naira per litre in Abuja, that's the Federal Capital Territory, and Lagos. Spokesperson of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Chinedu Ukadike, disclosed this to Daily Post exclusively on Wednesday. Ukadike reacting to the latest fuel pump price hike by the NNPCL outlets. It is a price template that shows that the total deregulation of the oil and gas sector and the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act have taken off. With this, I don't think there is anything like a subsidy on petroleum products now. NNPCL is now selling as they are buying from Dangote Refinery. NNPCL is no longer a middleman for oil marketers. Marketers are to buy petrol products from Dangote Refinery. It has become a willing buyer-seller relationship. We are embracing the new NNPCL price template. He, however, added that the NNPCL and Dangote Refinery are yet to release their petrol ex-depot prices, which will determine whether marketers will sell the product. Although they have not released their ex-depot prices, we are waiting for NNPCL's ex-depot prices. Once the ex-depot price of NNPCL and that of Dangote Refinery are released, we will now choose where to buy our petroleum products and stock our filling stations. It's matter long. It's matter long. Military lacks weapons and morale to defeat terrorists. Njume speaking. This is an interesting story, but today I'm really going to scale and prioritize on some of those stories because of time. So let me roll this story over. Please, if you can, get to our Facebook page and read. If I find the time as we get on, I will also read it. But for now, I'll just roll this story over. It's an interesting story. LG Autonomy, Senate backs Supreme Court's judgment. You listened to that exchange just now. Some of it in the Senate, the Red Chamber. Senate President Godswill Akpabio speaking after that closed session when the motion was raised by the Senator from Anambra State, Tony Nwoye. All right, you listen to it. That's pretty much what this story is about. So allow me to roll this story over too. But recall that the link is also on our social media page, Facebook. So you're so interested, you can get details. Premium Times. World University ranking. Only one Nigerian institution makes top 1,000 list. Only one. You know what's interesting in the national ranking? Two schools, first and third, owned by one individual. Or maybe it's a church. I don't know. First and third, one individual. And then the rest are following. The number of Nigerian universities in the top 1,000 spots of the High Times Education, the World Universities ranking, has decreased for the third consecutive year. In the 2024 rankings last year, two Nigerian universities, Covenant University, Ogun State, and the University of Ibadan, made the top 1,000 spot. The year before, in 2023, three universities, University of Ibadan, UI, University of Lagos, UNILAG, and Covenant University, were in the top 1,000 spots. In the latest ranking for 2025, however, only one Nigerian university, Covenant University, made the ranking. The private institution has consistently featured in the top 1,000 spots since 2019. Among Nigerian universities, Covenant is followed by Ahmadu Bello University, ranked between 1,001 to 1,200. Other Nigerian universities ranked between 1,001 and 1,200 are Landmark University, University of Ibadan, and University of Lagos. That is the top universities in Nigeria. Okay, but the list I saw yesterday, the latest list I saw yesterday, because I have to rate now, Covenant University number 1, Ahmadu Bello University number 2, and the third one, Landmark University number 3. And Landmark is a fairly new university as well. The global ranking and all of those things is there. The methodology is also there, so you can read up for yourself. NLC demands immediate reversal of new increased petrol price. So this is the story I was talking about when I said you read this story and you compare with what you heard from Joe Ajero. It tells you that this is to release a statement, basically. Would they do anything beyond the statement that they have released? It doesn't seem so. The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, asked the federal government to reverse the latest increase in petrol prices. In a statement on Wednesday, the NLC President Joe Ajaero says the hike had worsened poverty across the country and offered no tangible benefits to the economy. Joe Ajaero says the Congress is dismayed by the latest price regime, adding that it looks like the only thing this government is known for is an increase in the pump price of petrol without the commensurate capacity of Nigerians or mitigatory measures. He warns that the increment would further deepen poverty as production capacities dip and more jobs will be lost with multidimensional adverse effects. He thereafter asked the government to reverse the price hike immediately. In light of this, we urge the government to immediately reverse this rate hike, as previous increase did not produce any good results. People only got poorer. Part of the statement. An exclusive. Repentant Boko Haram fighters escape with government rifles and motorcycles. I'll take you through the story. 13 ex-fighters of a group of Boko Haram fighters. The name is long, so let's skip the name. Popularly known as Boko Haram, have escaped with rifles and motorcycles given to them by Borno State government, which co-opted them to join military operatives in the fight against the insurgents in the state. The 13 are among thousands of former Boko Haram fighters and their families who surrendered to the government. Last year, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum revealed that more than 160,000 Boko Haram members and their families had voluntarily surrendered to the military amid a sustained military onslaught. The repentant Boko Haram members and their families are being managed under the Borno model, a post-conflict amnesty program with a focus on de-radicalization, rehabilitation, reintegration, and resettlement of low-risk persons previously associated with armed insurgent groups. Sources familiar with the program told Premium Times that nearly 6,000 combatants are awaiting transitional justice. They went on to add that Borno State government further co-opted some of the ex-fighters into the fight against insurgency, helping the military to penetrate deep into the forest enclaves. These repentant fighters have now become helpful to the military. They are popularly known as hybrid forces. Transitional justice is one of the key steps identified in the Borno model policy aimed at facilitating truth, reconciliation, justice, and peace building in the community, according to a document seen by a reporter of Premium Times. So on the 13th, the Nigerian military in Borno State formed hybrid forces with some of these former combatants because of their previous ties with the insurgents and their knowledge of the insurgents' enclaves. Together, they have conducted joint operations to locate and destroy Boko Haram weapons cache, rescue hostages, and fight the remaining jihadists. Their involvement has significantly helped the military, a defense journalist in the state told reporter from Premium Times. They have led with troops into the hideouts of the terrorists, where the military recovered a large amount of ammunition around the Timbuktu axis. Premium Times gathered that the military provides the ex-fighters with sophisticated rifles, motorcycles, and ammunition for joint counterinsurgency operations. According to sources from the Premium Times sources, these weapons are always recovered from them after any operation. Unfortunately, 13 of them attached to the military operatives in Mafa escaped from their camp between the 1st and 2nd of September. Malik Samuel, a researcher with a deep understanding of jihadi groups in northeastern Nigeria and the Lake Chad Basin region, told our reporter. Mr. Samuel, a senior researcher with the Good Governance Africa, said 8 ex-fighters first escaped from the camp September 1, before 5 others followed the next day. He said the escapees called Abdullahi Ishak, a special advisor to the government on security matters, threatening to unleash more violence. After their escape, the jubilant terrorists released a video brandishing the rifles. Mr. Ishak, a retired brigadier general who promoted the Borno model program, could not be reached for comment. He did not respond to calls and messages sent via SMS and WhatsApp. He also calls and messages sent to the acting deputy director, Army Operations in Borno State, Operation Hadikai, and the Borno State Commissioner for Information and Internal Security, Usman Tar, were not responded to. So this is not the first time ex-fighters and their families who surrendered would return to their previous lives. Multiple sources, including Mr. Samuel, told Premium Times. They say it's a it's a worrisome trend because it seemed planned. The reason for their exit may have to do with the management of the Borno Model Program. A source familiar with the workings of the program said in confidence, these guys were promised many things about skill acquisition, stipends, a better life, and reintegration into the society, but not many of these promises have been kept by the government. The repentant terrorists and their families have staged protests, as seen in some of the clips attached here, decrying poor planning by the government and demanding better welfare and a clear reintegration procedure. According to Mr. Samuel, the terrorists fled to a renegade Boko Haram faction led by a senior commander. The group, Mr. Samuel said, terrorizes villages around Bama, Konjuga, Mafa, and Dikwa. Premium Times understands that the escapees risk death if they return to Boko Haram enclaves in Madara Mountain, which another faction controls, or the Bawa Island, where Bakura Doro, the overall Boko Haram leader, holds sway. That's the much to this story. But there are other things if you're so interested. New petrol prices take off as NNPCL quits off-taker role. So I guess it has finally happened now. That's where we are right now. The upward review of petrol pricing will become effective at the retail stations of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and other independent outlets on Wednesday, Premium Times has learned. Sources familiar with the development told Premium Times on Wednesday morning that the NNPCL and other marketers are adjusting prices at their pumps to reflect the actual cost of petrol at Dangote Refinery. The recent development comes after the NNPCL decided to terminate its exclusive purchase agreement with Dangote Refinery. Earlier on Monday, Premium Times reported exclusively that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, is ending its exclusive purchase agreement with Dangote Refinery, opening up the market for other marketers to buy petrol directly from the refinery. It means NNPCL will no longer be the sole off-taker, and marketers can now negotiate prices directly with Dangote Refinery. This development aligns with the current practices for the fully deregulated products, where refineries can sell directly to marketers on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. The NNPCL has refused to officially speak on the matter despite repeated requests by this newspaper. A Dangote Refinery spokesperson also refused to comment on the matter. It is also not clear if NNPCL is still importing petrol to augment the one produced by Dangote Refinery. However, an official of the NNPCL who spoke to this newspaper on Wednesday morning said bulk is close to 1,000 naira based on cost from Dangote Refinery being circulated at 953 naira per litre. The source noted that the product will now sell for 998 naira per litre at the NNPC stations in Lagos, 1,025 in other southwest stations. In Abuja, prices will range between 1,030 naira and 1,065 naira. In Nigeria's northeast, petrol prices at the NNPC retail station will range between 1,060 and 1,070 naira, while in the south, prices are expected to move between 1,055 and 1,075 naira per litre. The source who spoke to Premium Times said since prices are now cost reflective, Dangote Refinery is obligated under the crude for Naira arrangement to sell petrol to Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, MEMAN, Depot and Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN, and the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, in Naira. Daily Post, fresh hurdle for LG autonomy as Soludo introduces bill for funds deduction. So that's what caused the session at the Senate yesterday. Concerns have emerged in Anambra State that local government autonomy recently upheld by the Supreme Court may face a setback due to a new bill introduced by Governor Charles Soludo. The bill seeks to compel local government areas, that's LGS, to remit a portion of their federal allocations into a consolidated account controlled by the state. Honorable Henry Mbachu, a member representing Awka South, the state constituency of the Labour Party, raised alarm on Tuesday, urging the governor to withdraw the bill, which has been submitted to Anambra State House of Assembly. Mbachu argues that the bill, if passed, would allow the state government to share in funds meant for local government councils, potentially undermining their financial independence. However, Governor Soludo defended the bill, asserting that it does not contravene the Supreme Court's judgment on local government autonomy. He challenged anyone who believes otherwise to seek redress in court. Secretary to the Speaker, Anambra State House of Assembly, Imam Madu, confirmed that the Assembly passed the bill titled Anambra Local Government Administration Law 2024 on Tuesday. A copy of the bill obtained by correspondent of Daily Trust shows Section 13 sub 1 stipulates that the state shall maintain a state joint local government account into which all federal allocations to the LGs must be deposited. Section 14.3 further mandates that each LGA must, within two working days of receiving their allocations from the Federation account, remit a state-determined percentage to the consolidated account. This requirement applies even if the allocations are received directly from the Federation account. Section 14, sub 1 outlines that if the state receives the LGA's allocation on their behalf, it must deduct the specified percentage before disbursing the remaining funds to the LGA. That is that story. And then the cable. River CP visits troubled LG Secretariat, says police will probe violence. Well, you listen to the CP there. It says capacity building. And FG launches portal for vehicle owners to convert CNG and pay later. Convert to CNG, pay later. Federal government launched a website that allows users to convert their petrol-powered vehicles to compressed natural gas, that's CNG, and pay later. The National Orientation Agency, NOA, announced the new initiative on its X handle in a statement on Tuesday. Switching to compressed natural gas, CNG, is now more accessible than ever, NOA says. With flexible payment plans tailored to fit your budget, transitioning from petrol to CNG has never been smoother or more affordable. These payment options allow you to convert your vehicle now and pay later with affordable monthly installments at competitive rates. Well, this is the website to go. gocng.ng. gocng.ng. That's the website to get more details. Tribune. I think this is our last story. Nigerians to pay more for number plates, driver's license from November 1. I wish I had good news. The Joint Tax Board, JTB, has approved new rates for the issuance of national driver's license and vehicle number plates effective from 1st November 2024. The board recently announced the adjustment as part of efforts to enhance the quality and security features of these identification items, aligning with international best practices. According to the new revised rates, Nigerians will now pay 15,000 naira for a 3-year motor vehicle driver license and 21,000 for a 5-year license. Motorcycle and tricycle drivers will also face a price hike, with a 3-year license now costing 7,000 naira and 5-year option 11,000 naira. Under the revised rates, Nigerians will now be required to pay a minimum of 30,000 naira for both standard private and commercial vehicle number plates. Fancy number plates will now be priced at 400,000 naira, while motorcycle number plates will cost 12,000 naira. The cost of a dealer motor vehicle number plate has been set at 100,000 naira. Additionally, the government fancy number vehicle motor vehicle number plate has now been adjusted for 120,000 naira, while the government standard number plate will now cost 80,000 naira. The price for our government fancy motorcycle number plate is revised to 50,000, and government standard motorcycle number plates will now be 20,000 naira. The JTB stated that the new rates would provide enhanced security features, improving identification processes for both drivers and vehicles across the country. So those are the stories. We don't have the space to take a break, so we'll just go straight into the issues. Let me introduce panelists that are already seated. First, we have Wadi Chimenem Esquire, legal advisor, special advisor to the president. The legal advisor, special advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, a temple chief and a voice for Apara Kingdom of the Obiakpo people.
Thank you very much.
Welcome,
you.
Sir.
It seems you're not really seeing these are my peripherias. Of course, you can't take it away. Thank you for introducing me. Thank you, my co-panelists. Thank you, Rivers people, not all of them, those that have the same justiciable mind.
It's okay. I think they are used to it now. They're used to it now.
I hope to have, let me take the leave of this particular studio. Hope to have more of the time today.
No, it's not possible. Is it jazz? Is it jazz? Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'm more of the time. Let's just collapse. Let's collapse the show now. Just make it exclusive. We also have Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., a public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNAF, Rivers State chapter, and a voice for Ngene Kingdom. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Rivers people, and also to my colleague there in the studio.
And Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst, is also here. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right, so let me take a moment here. We've been shouting about Rumosi Road. So yesterday, before I leave the office, I say a prayer. I said, God, Rumosi Road should show me a favor today. As I'm saying that prayer, the road is telling me today, rain go fall, go flog you like this. I said, God forbid. But I entered the road, it stayed there 45 minutes. So yesterday when I got out, from afar, it looked clear. I said, this road free, what did they happen? So I got closer. The closer I got, it was free. I'm like, the road is still free, till I got under the bridge. I say, then I looked and I noticed that they've done grading on the road.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, the road has been graded. I said, oh my God. I was saying, thank you. Is it Rivers State government? Is it Julius Berger? Whoever did it right now, I don't even care. Thank you. I know it won't last more than 3 days, but at least we have temporary relief. No, with the volume of cars that ply that route and the weight of those vehicles, it may not last more than 3 days. But at least they have given us small relief. Maybe from now till Sunday. Monday, you can begin to start again. So I say thank you. Thank you. Can we put some pressure? I know it's a 3-year project, but at least Julius Berger you don't have to wait 3 years for Julius Berger to finish this session now. Julius Berger can put pressure on Berger to just complete this session so that we can see even while you're doing the other side, make this side finish it so that we can be driving. Can't it work?
Same thing with the purple.
Can't please? Because I know that this one, see, Sunday maximum. By Monday morning, things will start going bad. So I say thank you, Julius Berger, Rivers State, whoever did it. I thank you. Thank you very much. I needed to say that. So today I'm sure when I close, it'll be easy for me to just drive. See Dr. Chewa, he's just coming in and he's smiling. He's not stressed. He's not stressed.
I wanted to say what you're saying. That shows you that most of our problems are little things.
Yes.
They didn't do any other thing there. Just do this.
Just grade it. Just brought it.
I tell you, we wouldn't have someone all these years. If Julius Berger, whoever they are, just paid that little, just clear that place, pour the refuse from this place, we'll go. But the people like us suffering.
That's why I had to call you first before I know my movement.
And I gave you good news.
Good one. But that one I would have wasted my fear.
I told him the road is good. They have fixed it.
I'm telling you. Yet, as I got to Birikore, before directing my vehicle this way, I had to zoom further to be sure.
I don't used to give fake information.
Because when you told me you're still at home.
No, I don't give fake information. I used that road yesterday. I said I couldn't believe it. It was when I got under the bridge. I'm like,
you're a Rumosi.
No traffic. It's not public holiday.
No, I'm telling you.
It just is
on both lanes, though.
In everything we suffer in this country, little things would have made us better.
Yeah.
But we don't care.
Well, let's go to our conversation. I'd like us to begin with Tony Cole's statement. It's been ringing in my head. He said to resolve the crisis in Rivers State, 4 persons need to be at a table to discuss and find solutions. Those 4 persons, His Excellency Peter Odili, His Excellency Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency Wike, His Excellency Siminalayi Fubara, that these 4 persons need to sit at a table and discuss the way forward. And then key decisions have to be agreed on that all parties must comply. Otherwise, the violence as we know them every election season will continue. I don't know if that works, if if that's a solution, let me introduce Dr. C.H. Chinwo. He's a legal practitioner, public affairs analyst, living in River State.
In Nigeria.
Living in Nigeria.
There's no River State.
The way you write it, you're confused me now. Okay, you put dash.
There's no way arrow and
there's IROS here. There's
whether you might meeting me now.
No, I'm not. I cannot try that.
Thank you, sir.
IROS.
Thank you, sir.
The next one
I cannot try that.
Is living in Oregon.
Yes, I think we're getting there.
Thank you.
Public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very
so
much.
let me begin with you.
Thank you, sir.
Having these 4 persons, would it arrive at a solution that would last and allow us to enjoy peace during elections?
Incidentally, I would say that Tony could, well meaning in his contribution, I saw that in the other day, but I think he got it wrong. What we need there to get peace in River State is just one person.
Who?
Just a weekend. And he doesn't, and I tell you now, just a weekend won't listen to Orderly, won't listen to Rotimi and Mechi, won't listen to Sinfubara. What we need is just for him to say, thus far, no more, and there will be peace. You know, you have to bring people, different parties, when they are all involved making claims. Dr. Peter Odili, from the time he left office, had not made any claim, not for one day. He didn't make from Amechi, at least to our knowledge. You know what I mean? He didn't make from Amechi. He didn't make from Wike. He didn't make from Senfubara. Amechi, when he left office, didn't make any claim. As a matter of fact, he told us that he better, he got an appointment, he went over to Abuja. He didn't make any claim. Though once in a while he came here, there was one time he came and made a broadcast, and I said, it's unfortunate. Maybe that's where we can learn from. He made that broadcast, but after that, he kept quite happily, thank God for law. He get up.
The broadcast in an election season.
Yes, which I thought was quite unfortunate. Happily,
it was heavily played by the media.
Yes, law has a way of engaging retired men. So he now came to study law. So that took him away until Wike's tenure ended. He didn't make any claim.
But he stayed for a while, though. In fact, we'll talk about him.
Yeah, so now, Sinfubara comes in, kept saying, this is my boss, this is my guy. Not about the guy is saying, no. If you don't give me what I want, there one musician who sang, anything I want, I go get. If I don't give unto me, I go cry. So, but if he now will just say, look, thus far, I'm not the first governor. We have had governors in this state. Even if I don't want to learn from them, let me just hold my peace. We don't need this for quadruple meeting. There will be peace in this state. So I will plead with him, in line with Toye Fubara's statement, to say, please, please, Wike, just be on the peace table. You alone, and it will be one.
Chimene.
Even God, who forgives sin, sometimes it's also, we have to confess that we have, as Christians, we have to confess that we have committed the same sin, that we are sinners in our heart. Because he said that we must confess our sins. And when we confess, he's ready to forgive us from all unrighteousness. And I think you may not be a Bible student the way you're looking at it. You have read a lot of literature.
I think that's the first journalism.
Why is he doing altar call this morning? He wants to do bad books and he's doing altar call.
He's preparing the ground.
You see, when I looked at Sam, I suffered so much. If I had known, I would have thrown away my vote. When we were asked to go and vote for him during the primaries, and you know what that means? Within the lineup, the likes of Goran, you saw the likes of Limeba, so many of them. These are people that Sam can't even stand when it comes to primaries. But you know, when you anoint a candidate, like I told you, that is always follow your leader. In politics, you don't talk about resume. You don't say you have PhD. My lecturer will testify. He has been within the temple of election. So if it is by resume, he would have won election. But the likes of Osumbo too, who came out with first class, we saw how he failed in the Edo State. So it's not all about your degree. In fact, in politics, Nigerian politics, you have to be an illiterate for you to move ahead. And so follow your leader. That was what happened. And we voted for him. Young man came out with about 1,000 plus. Let me tell you, whether you like it or not, even before you got an employment here, I'm sure you have an agreement with the studio. There is no employment that does not have terms of employment. God forbid, don't be frowning your face. Did you just come here and employ you? No, so that you ought to go for review maybe after this program. There is no contract that doesn't go.
So I've suddenly become a case in point.
Not you. No, Kelly, I want you to
just like that.
Just be an umpire, a good one today. See,
wow.
You see, whatever happens, we are not there. But this on wicked, the man I know, the man I understand, who understand the cosmic process of politics.
Okay.
He will not say go without having an agreement.
Okay, so
yes.
So the goal statement, bringing the four of them to a table, would it find lasting solution?
Well, you know, for quite some time, I wouldn't have said something about Toeko because there are politicians that, even when they speak now, we can't recognize them. They have been retired. And when a man has been retired, when you're coming back, you have to go back for training. Of course, you can see the kind of people he called. These are people that, you know, they have their sins lying with them. And Rivers people, some of us wouldn't want to listen to them. These people will not. How can you bring your enemy to the table? I don't know if you understand me. We cannot even stand where, can't come where the Rotimi is.
So Odili is enemy.
He's the one fueling this. He's always at the back of the line. As an elder statesman, he ought to play the role of a middle person.
So the solution that
it won't work under these four persons.
It won't work.
It won't work at all. It's like, how will I put it? It's like bringing the devil to a choir cantata. A choir cantata that God has selected. These are the people that will sing, and you go and bring the devil to
why you're citing the devil? We know in the Bible that when the children of God came, the devil also came.
But what happened?
And it wasn't cast out.
The wheat was separated from the tares.
Oh my God!
Mr. Idikwe, please read the King James version. I think you're still reading old version of the
Kelly, I do not know whatever it is that informed this kind of suggestion, but of course every man has a right to his own opinion. If you bring the four persons to a table for this, then the whole thing will scatter and will never be amended on it. What kind of suggestion is that? See, what did Peter Odilim do to say that after he finished his 8 years, he left office and nobody, as a matter of fact, the first day I saw him after a long while, I said, is this Dr. Peter Odilim? I have been in this River State. I have not heard that he came to government and was making demands. As for the houses, perhaps houses and whatever gifts he was given, it was just somebody that chose to give him. Even if, Kelly, frankly, even if maybe in private he begged for the gifts, then the man that was in charge at that particular time agreed to give him. So it was a two-person agreement. Now, you talk about Amechi. I've not heard that even the one CJ mentioned, maybe he has a legal reason to say it was unfortunate for that broadcast. This is party something. If you happen to be a leader of a party, you will come and make your broadcast in support of your party. That's the way I look at it. So it wasn't a state something. So I don't understand why there will be need for Rotimi to sit, Odili to sit, Wike to sit, and the theme that has not even gone half. On what pedestal will you place it that same should even be brought in? Maybe because he's a governor. But let me tell you, what Chimene was alluding to, that there is always agreement, which is very correct. However, you must understand that that particular thing happened between Wike and Sim, because his predecessors never have that kind of agreement with him. Now, if you are saying that Wike and Sim should be brought together, perhaps the elders I'm certain that there are elders in Rivers State. Forget about the political split. There are elders. I know most of them even. They come, and at that time, if they are determined, if they are one-minded that we are going to settle this rift between these two sons of us, they will achieve it. But if you bring in any other person, I'm not sure Rotimi Amechi will turn and look at Wike's face.
Okay.
Also, with the Wike looking at Rotimi Amechi, I don't understand.
So it won't work now.
It won't work. What kind of suggestion is that, Kelly? If you are listening to it, I don't understand.
It's not cold. It's not cold. He said he will still contest the election in 2027.
No, he can go ahead.
Now,
but
so
don't give us this kind of...
Is it not a river son?
The suggestion is loudly for me.
He has made a suggestion.
No, he has.
You say it's not a good suggestion. Okay, now. But he has made a suggestion.
No, he has, certainly. I'm not taking it away from him.
Let me plead with comrades. So when we return, we'll take your views and then we'll go to some other issues. So stay with us. Today 95.1, we'll go for the news, pay some bills afterward, and we'll continue. Go nowhere.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikem Benchima. A former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Edward Adamu, has told the Federal Capital Territory High Court, Abuja, that Godwin Emefiele, a former governor of the bank, did not follow lay-down procedure in the process that led to the redesign of some notes of the Nigerian currency. Led in examination by counsel to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Rotimi Oyedepo, Adamu, who is principal witness 4, also said that the redesign of the Naira notes launched by former President Muhammadu Buhari and currently in circulation was not the one approved by the former president or the board of the CBN. Adamu was testifying in the suit on a 4-count charge instituted by the EFCC against Emefiele, wherein he is accused of redesigning the 200 Naira, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes of the Nigerian currency without the approval of the president and the CBN board. The CBN deputy governor told the court that during his time as staff of the CBN, he witnessed a previous redesign of the nation's currency aimed at addressing issues of volume of currency in circulation, inflation, counterfeiting, and general currency management, among others. Adamu said that before the exercise carried out by Emefiele, the process of Naira redesigning known to him originates from the Director of Currency Operations to the Committee of Governors, who pass it to the board for approval before it gets to the president, but Emefiele bypassed the process. He said Emefiele simply called a meeting of the COG where he showed presidential approval for the redesign and subsequently proceeded to implementation. The Senate has asked the state and local governments to immediately comply with the Supreme Court judgment, particularly relating to local government accounts and funds given directly to them. The Senate also resolved to take immediate steps to alter sections of the Constitution to give full autonomy to local government administration in the country. The resolutions were announced by the Deputy Senate President, Senator Jibrin Baru, upon reconvening from a closed-door session where the chamber debated attempts by some states' governments to circumvent the ruling of the Supreme Court on July 11. Was after Senator Toyin Woyi had raised an urgent need to halt the implementation of actions of state governments using their state houses of assembly to enact laws that breach constitutional provisions and the Supreme Court judgment on granting financial autonomy to local governments in line with the provisions of the Constitution. The motion was co-sponsored by 12 other senators on an alleged move by some state governments to circumvent implementation of the judgment through counter laws from their respective state House of Assembly. Senator Woyi alleged that some state governors were already using their House of Assembly to enact laws that would mandate respective local government councils in their states to remit monies into state-local government joint accounts ruled against by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also barred governors from dissolving democratically elected local government councils in the country in their ruling. The Nigeria Labour Congress (NLC) has criticized the recent hike in the price of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, nationwide. The union also demanded an immediate reversal of the hike, while accusing the government of only focusing on fuel price increments. The NLC, in a statement signed by its president, Joe Ajaero, called on the government to inform Nigerians of the destination it plans to take the country to. Ajaero also criticized the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) for the increment. The new price being the second increase in 1 month after its earlier increased prices from 617 naira per litre to 897 naira per litre in September represents a 14.8% rise. On the foreign scene, 2 civilians have been killed and several others wounded after the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah fired at least 150 rockets into northern Israel. Paramedics said a man and a woman in their 40s were fatally wounded by shrapnel in the border town of Kirkat Shemona. They were a couple who had been out walking their dog along a wooded street. Hezbollah said it had targeted Israeli forces in the area, which most residents have evacuated after a year of cross-border fighting. These were the first Israeli civilians killed by Hezbollah since the conflict escalated 2 weeks ago when Israel launched an intense air campaign targeting the Iran-backed group before invading southern Lebanon. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
If your car just got bashed like that, would you be this person?
See how you bashed my car, eh? Are you driving with your eyes closed? Did you leave your brakes at home? Who is going to pay for this damage? You have entered it today. By the time I finish with you, you will know who I am.
Or this person.
Are you okay? You're sure? Don't worry about the damage. I am AXA covered.
Being AXA covered is now easier. With AXA Comprehensive Motor Insurance, you can even insure your car today and pay monthly. Call 0700 AXA Mansard or visit axamansard.com to get started now.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
I've got the big man all the way from Trade Profit International, the king of the radio. Good morning.
Good to have you this morning. You're looking good, by the way.
We sound good.
Yes, a long time and no see.
Yeah, we've been busy making money.
That's right. So tell Rivers people this morning who is here representing Trade Profit International.
Okay, good morning, River State. Good morning, Port Harcourt. My name is Victor Samuel Onose, and I'm here representing Trade Profit International.
What does your company, Trade Profit International, what are you guys into?
Okay, Trade Profit International is a fast-growing trading company in Port Harcourt, and we're into trading.
Okay.
We trade the financial market, as you have it. We have the forex market and all of that. We trade the financial market, and we are fast rising and fast growing by the grace of God. Like as he said, I'm looking good. So it's part of the proceeds from trading. Our phone line is 080-2450-4262. 080-2450-4262. 080-2450-4262. 080-2450-4262.
So trading brings plenty money.
It brings plenty money if you know, although there's a clause, if you know what to do.
Yeah.
You get the points now. You know, the same way it brings plenty money, it takes plenty of money.
Okay.
I must be sincere with you.
So profit is
and loss.
Profit and loss. But if you know how to navigate the financial market,
you make a whole lot of profit. Okay. As I tell people, there's no job you can give to me today that will make me leave trading and work for everybody.
Wow.
Because I have to wait for the end of the month for you to pay me the salary you want to pay me, whereby I can actually make more than that money in less than 2, 3, 4 days a week.
Okay.
That's my point. So I don't see any job that pays better than trading. So it's a skill that everyone should learn.
Okay, so it is key for me to emphasize on those important information you're giving to us.
Okay.
You are telling people that the money they're making from salary, they can actually get it from trading for 3, 4, 5 days. Is it possible?
It's possible. Okay, if you know what to do,
okay,
if you follow the rules, if you play by the rules,
okay,
if you follow the professional's guideline, why not if not?
So I have a professional in the house this morning. I have Trade Profit International this morning. I'd like to follow your guideline. What do I need to do, okay, to profit in the financial market, and play the forex market this morning?
Okay, now Trade Profit International is a trading company in Port Harcourt that is into training, and we are into trading. You see, we train people on how to trade, on how to navigate the financial market. We train you on the do's and don'ts on the financial market. We train you on what you ought to do, what you ought to have, and what you ought to know to navigate the market, so that while other persons are crying, oh, I'm losing money on trading, you are actually maximizing more profits on trading. That is what Trade Profit International is all about, and we are into the financial markets. The financial market, we're talking about the forex, we have commodities, we have the stock exchange, we have the recent one that the federal government is actually against, with the crypto trading. It's all massive, all encompassing, and we tell you what to do to earn in dollars. If you look at the current situation of Nigeria today, you will understand that if you are earning from one particular stream of income, it is not enough. Look at the price of fuel, it has gone up. School fees is increasing by the day. The price of food stuff, I just got to know yesterday that a bag of gari that used to be about just something thousand naira is now 135,000 naira.
Yeah.
A rubber of gari that used to buy for 500 naira is now about 3,500, and it's going up.
Okay.
So if you have the same stream of income, if you have the same way of making money, your income is not increasing and your expenditure is regularly increasing, how do you cope? If you don't earn, number one, from maybe a superior currency, which is in dollars, and if you don't have other means of making money. You see, many a times we talk about the rich, Dangote is rich, the dollar is rich. Those people you're talking about, they have multiple streams of income. And they will not come and tell you what they're doing, because they don't want you to be as rich as them, because the moment everybody becomes rich, the rich loses their relevance.
Okay.
So that's why TPI is here to ensure that you know the advantage of trading, and we have so many offers for you that will make you profit regularly on trading. You see, when I tell people that the reason why some persons lose money on trading most of the times, it's not because trading itself is unreal, it's because people just go in with the mindset of getting rich all of a sudden. I guess my point now. So what TPI will let you know what is obtainable. Our phone line is 080-2450-4260. 080-2450-4260. 080-2450-4260. 080-2450-4260. They're not telling you that overnight you can become a billionaire, but you can tell you that on a weekly basis that you go home with something. And I think consistency is the key, okay, to maximizing profit on trading.
So what do I need to do right now? As I'm listening to you this morning, what do I need to do right now?
All right, it's very simple. If you're interested in learning, if you're interested in trading, if you're interested in understanding how this thing works, it's very simple. Reach out to us at Trade Profit International through our phone numbers 080-2450-4262.
Okay.
080-2450-4262, and our office address is at 146 Enekaru Road, Port Harcourt. 146 Enekaru Road, Port Harcourt.
Okay, all right. So for the last time before you go this morning, you are telling Nigerians that there's another means of making extra income. No matter the job you do, you can make extra money.
Definitely.
And how do you do that? You're insisting you gotta make a foreign currency, earning in foreign currency from the forex market.
Yes, from trading market.
Would you like to quickly summarize and then give us the numbers to call and your office address at Trade Profit International this morning?
Okay, with Trade Profit International, finally, thank you for that. With Trade Profit International, you will not have to think about the money to run your weekly expenses. Now, we're not, like I said, if you're looking for a place where you keep your 300,000 naira and it becomes 3 million naira in less than 7 days, please don't come to Trade Profit International. We don't do magic. Okay. You're looking for where to trade with your 10 million naira and it becomes 100 million naira in 3 days. Please don't come to Trade Profit International. We won't lie to you. It's not feasible. Okay. It's not as if it's not possible, but it's not feasible. I guess my point. Like we said the truth, is a platform built on integrity. We don't cajole people on what is going to get. Okay. So, but with Trade Profit International, on a weekly basis, if you follow the guidelines, if you follow what we tell you, there is no how you won't get a profit on a weekly basis to run your daily affairs. And our office is at 146 Eneka Rukpoku Road. Our phone line is 08024504262. 08024504262.
I'd like you to go over the number again for the last time.
Okay, 08024504262.
All right.
08024504262.
Okay, your final message to people who are listening to Trade Profit International this morning.
Okay, my final message is that the best time to come into the trading, circle is now. Because right now, every other thing is failing aside the financial market. What do I mean? When it comes to trading, you don't incur regular expenses like you incur in your normal day-to-day businesses. Okay, it's just there. All you need is a data, a good phone, and then you can maximize. So the right time to come into trading is now. And one of the best platforms, I can't say we are the best, but I say one of the best platforms based on our record to trade with is Trade Profit International. And just call us on 08024504262.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Trade Profit International, this morning for finding time to come to the studio. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Wetin dey happen late? They say wahala need finish. Na this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey
Wetin dey happen? Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb kwem. Now here you go here. Wetin dey happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem, we go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Now so we dey bring am come give you acid the hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay abroad. You dey japa. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for Wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy Wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you everyone for staying with us. Let's return to our conversation. We have a number of issues to talk about today. I'm hoping that we can touch most of them and still take your reactions. We have a full house. So let me go straight to Comrade Izu. The suggestion made by Tony Cole about three former governors and the current governor sitting at the table to find solutions to the crisis in Rivers State.
Kelly, he is entitled to his opinion anyway. But what I will say, if I want to look at the issue, Rivers State, there has never been any time like it is now. When some persons make mention of this left, he never did this, this one left, he never did this one left, he never did this. Mind you, what Tony Cole said first before I move forward, it has nothing to do with the party. He made mention of the rift during elections. I guess I heard you clearly. Yeah, but we have looked at it that some of them might be as a result of unsettled issues within the parties that led to some persons going to other parties and automatically they look themselves as rivals, and it comes like a political issue during election time. But even if we want to look at it generally in Rivers State, 1999 Peter Odili came. There were a lot of oppositions. Even after being a governor, there were opposition till it got to the point where there was an alleged assassinations to some persons and all the rest. That it went through till Peter Odili did not, I repeat, he wasn't responsible for his successor.
But you know, this is not entirely correct.
Understand what I'm saying? Peter Odili couldn't go to, when you make mention of he didn't go to Amechi, on what ground will he go to Amechi? He was never responsible for Amechi's emergence. I stand in the studio from the primaries to the court. No, Peter Odili was not behind Amechi.
Is that after the Maradona?
That's what understand what I'm saying now. We are not talking about him as speaker. Okay. That was solely Peter Odili. We are talking about what is happening today that Tony Cole is making reference to. It has never been the case in Rivers State.
I do understand what you're saying, and I wish I didn't have to do this, but
go ahead.
Politics is sweet me for body.
Go ahead.
But would you say that the first time Amechi emerged as a candidate of the PDP was not without the support of Odili?
It was not. You see, just take where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is tied to what he agreed or aligned with Chimenem. Gentleman's agreement will never take place when you are not yet governor now. I don't know if you get me.
Okay.
It will not.
Okay.
I made you a candidate. I have no right, as at that moment, to enforce some certain things as may be in terms of gentleman until you become what I already suggested you should be. That's why I said it has never been till now. Peter Odili was never responsible for Amechi being a governor. He has no right to go to Amechi. Amechi was never responsible in Wike being governor. It cannot go. So gentleman's agreement on whichever way will never apply. So that rift, in as much as we may differ in little things, this current situation in Rivers State, we felt like what Tony Cole is saying is what some of us suggested early, that since this is the first time an outgoing governor is successfully bringing his successor, maybe we may have a seeming, but we never knew that
there will
be crisis so early to now make it even more stronger than Rivers State has ever gotten. But on a nutshell, in respect to what Tony Cole have said, when Amechi and his brother Omeya had issue, people suggested this. There were attempts. They never resolved. In all attempts, elders, stakeholders, even till Ikwere stakeholders intervened, it never resolved until the both of them saw reasons to resolve, which was done in church. The both of them never agreed to resolving their difference, even from Ubima, until after Omeya's tenure, until after Amechi's tenure.
Omeya did not have a tenure.
No, when I said tenure, whether it is recognized in law or not, the 6 months he did.
I know what I'm saying now. Allow me to say my statement. Allow me to say my statement.
When I say he had it, did you take all he enjoyed from the 6 months?
Allow me to say my statement. So Supreme Court said in their eyes he was never governor.
Yes.
So he didn't have a tenure.
Yes, that's why I'm saying I'm not talking from the law side.
I'm talking from the law side.
Time 6 months, you not take him back from him. didn't do it in time. 6 months.
It's not his time.
When I say it's time, it is the fault of the law. It is the law. It is the fault of the law.
It's not his time.
He didn't borrow.
He had no time.
Because you know why I'm saying this? Where did Where did Amechi start from? Did Amechi do complete 8 years?
No. Somebody did 6 months for him.
That's what I said. That's
why there's no way you mention Amechi's tenure, even if it is error in the eyes of the law, without mentioning Omeya.
That's what we're saying. Now somebody did 6 months for him. So Omeya did 6 months for him, but it's Amechi's time.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Now, with every attempt to resolve Omeya, I'm saying this tied to what Toyikola just proposed. There has never been anywhere in Rivers State that the Rivers elders, Ikwere elders, Ubima, they did until the both of them. I don't know what happened in church. They decided to exchange pleasantry, and that is how it started. So for me, what Toyikola just suggested, I think, well, a nice one, but looking at what is
you mean after
us,
everything you are saying now, you want to patronize him?
No, I've already said it's a nice one. It's his personal opinion.
It's a nice one.
No, you may have a reason to bring me to the studio, but how I conduct myself here is another thing.
Yeah, the nice one, but
nice one for Kelly to bring Ruben to the studio.
No, nice one, but
it will not see the daylight.
Just briefly, since we are talking about this person was responsible for this and all that could be the reason why there should be a roundtable discussion bringing all of them. Was Odili responsible for Wike's ascension to the throne? The answer is no. Odili was not. Anybody that said he was should tell me how.
He wasn't.
Good. So you now mention Odili, you mention Amechi, you mention Wike, mention Fubara. And I'm asking, has Fubara gone anywhere? As a matter of fact, this brand of political crisis has only made between Wike and Fubara.
Because of how he's the only one who successfully brought him, so you could. I don't know what is wrong with both of them, because the both of them have failed to tell us anything. Fubara was on channels recently. They asked him, "What is the rift between you and your boss?" He said, "It is power tussle." They asked power control. They asked the minister a day after or two after.
The
next day, he said, "Obey court order." So what are we coming here to?
All right. Let me introduce Amal Pesanivo Bobosofuri Brown, managing consultant, CEO Green Consulting. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Ellie, my fellow panelists and Nigerians listening to us. Good morning.
Okay, let's move on to this other issue. So I saw that, I don't know how many of us have seen the viral clip of Amechi yesterday.
Briefly,
where he said he's angry that the youth
are not doing enough,
are not resisting.
Who?
Amechi.
Who is not?
The youth of Nigeria, they're not resisting.
They're not doing enough.
He has always said it. I think one of his clips that they are docile. That the youth should be protesting.
Yeah.
He talked about the cost of diesel, how he's unable to afford diesel and stuff. I'm like, come out and lead the protest now. Nothing stops you. You're a citizen. You're a senior citizen?
Of course.
Okay, not an elder statesman.
Yes.
Okay, so he's a senior citizen.
Yeah, an elite.
He's a senior citizen. So
he's an elite, but he's not a senior citizen.
See, I want peace. Amechi, former governor of Rivers State. Former speaker, House of Assembly, former minister for well over 7 years.
Two-time presidential campaign DG. Successful.
You say it's not
presidential aspirant.
Yeah,
he's an elite.
Presidential aspirant. No, he's an elite.
He's an elite.
No, that's a senior citizen.
Okay,
that's a
maybe we are transparent now.
How do you define seniority, please? So that
by the levels they've attained
of positions
in the society.
So would Ngelale qualify?
Ngelale na age don't be now.
He's an elite.
Ngelale plays the role of a boy now.
Ngelale cannot be quoted to be in the same league with Amechi
at all.
Yeah,
or even Odili.
So would anybody who has been governor would anybody who has held federal appointments, would anybody who has been constantly in the corridor of power qualify as senior citizen?
Yeah, but not just governor. I came out from the governor. Somebody even died, and that's how he met.
Yeah.
So the categorization needs to be clear.
No, for Amechi is a senior citizen.
Okay.
Let's just keep it to what we can measure.
Okay.
That this man has held several political offices.
Notable political offices.
Every political office is notable.
The
Unless you are saying now you want to qualify them by the amount of budget each carry.
Two-term governor, two-term speaker, presidential aspirant, head director general, presidential campaign council.
I accept all those. I accept all those.
I don't think there's any quarrel about Amechi's
in his category.
In his category, in Rivers State,
he will be a standalone.
Apparently.
Yes, he will be a
standalone. Apparently, in Rivers
precisely. That's what I'm saying.
Of course.
The categorization is unfair to him if we follow you.
Okay. Senior citizen, elite senior citizen. Does that qualify?
Yes, better?
Elite senior citizen. Let's have peace.
Senior citizen is by age. There are senior citizens that from 60.
Not by age, unless we so agree.
From 60.
Unless we so agree.
Of course.
We are saying,
okay, let's do this again. Let's do this
he
again.
has been a multiple office holder
You are seeing problem.
by elective and appointive parameters.
I'm the one that caused this problem.
You did. Yes.
So our former governor and former minister
Yes.
for transportation,
Former speaker.
Yes. Two-time DG.
Okay, you can go on.
Two-time presidential candidate.
Eminently
was in a
appointed.
viral clip yesterday where he expressed his frustration on state of affairs of the nation. But the funny thing about that frustration was he saying that he's surprised, he's angry that the youth are still not resisting bad governance. And politicians, they're not resisting politicians. And I said to me, oh yeah, lead it now. When you were a minister and people complained about certain things of your ministry, you came out to castigate them. Literally, you were offended that they were talking about the loans you were acquiring, the way you are building projects and citing some away from the south. You were offended that they were talking. Now you are out of that space. You wanted to be the APC candidates. They don't give you ticket. You are saying that we should go and protest. I'm up with more.
Okay, let me start from the intervention.
That's one hand. Let me even add the second hand.
Yes.
The second hand is, he said he never was in a room where they were mobilizing thugs to go and cause mayhem. I said, I cannot verify you.
I can't verify.
No, I said, I cannot verify. But I recall that there's an election that happened in Rivers State that the result was never called.
Yes.
Was never called.
That's
a federal constituency election.
It's
a Falga now.
One or two.
Falga.
Yeah.
Why? INEC officials at the time said, we were begging them, the people shooting, we're begging them, please just give us our staff, let us go. Eyewitnesses had a chieftain of the APC in a motorcade with boys shooting. Who was the head of the APC then? Amechi. He did not condemn it. He did not speak about it. They just moved on. Amechi was in Rivers State as minister in Adokia Mesmaka Stadium when he did the war dance, sang the war song.
Yes.
That there will be war in Rivers State for election.
Yes.
And there was.
That was the build up to the 2019 election.
Yeah.
There was war in.
When he became the Lion of Ubima.
When they say these things, you said like
when he shut down the court. When he shut down the court and innocent youths protested for the opening, who are the people he used?
Okay, so when they say all these things, is it like they forget?
No. The problem, Kelly, is that we don't fact check. We in the media don't fact check our politicians and force them to see themselves in the mirror of public opinion. That's one. Because if we did, they'll be afraid to say certain things. Just like Donald Trump is battling with his mirror image in the American media. Every statement, he acquired a reputation for tying himself around with borrowed glamour, manufactured with lies all over. So the American media learned how to make him naked by puncturing every claim he makes. The Nigerian media should also get in tune to fact check all our public office holders to make sure that when they talk, we hold up the mirror of the past, a rear view mirror for them to see what the facts say about their claim. But back to what we were discussing. Tonye Cole's recommendation is just a recommendation.
Okay.
And now former Governor Mechi's claim. If you put the two on the table, they come from the same source. The same source is that, one, when we discuss what Tonye Cole has said, we are just thinking like him, that this is a problem amongst the political elite. He has reflected, his statement is a reflection of the elite construction of reality, that you and I are not important. We have no stake in the state. Otherwise, a situation that has pitched a former governor against a present governor would have raised concern about the impact on public resource management.
Okay.
So anybody who is talking about resolving what they call a crisis should understand that the dog has since left the stable. This has now become a project for the liberation of Rivers people and their economy. And anybody who wants to talk about how to resolve it without first calling Rivers people to say, how do you want your economy to be? How do you want your dignity and your aspirations as citizens to be? Should it be in the old order where only a few appropriated to themselves illegally all the resources and revenue of our state around one strong man and his cronies? Or should we now move into a new era where we fight mass poverty through mass productivity, competitive capacity, and dignity for all? If you pose those two situations, it becomes clear that a 4-man delegation or 8-man delegation or even Tonye Cole's religious council cannot resolve that crisis.
All right.
And until you do that, you cannot frame the issue in a positive context.
Okay.
When I heard Woji,
we have to move to the
what is saying that a private agreement was struck by two people contesting two people involved in this engineering succession to public office, I laughed, because in that private agreement, the interest of the public was totally ruled out.
Okay.
So we cannot continue that way. That's why my state is now a factory manufacturing poverty on a large scale. And all of us are struggling. We are caught in a stampede for survival. So the only way to survive is to back one big man or one other strong man. We must break from that mold. That is what this struggle is about.
So the story that another big man is telling us,
that's where I'm going.
That is angry with the
that's
way
where I'm going.
We are just living.
Now, the strong men, those who've made themselves strong men from our collective resources, from our collective wealth, from our collective revenue that they have stashed away, they have used to enhance themselves, secure their present and their future, are now telling us that we are not sufficiently angry. We should listen to former Governor Mechi. Every time he comes on stage, he does not show remorse for what they have done to us, turning this state into a wasteland for the poor and the enslaved. He does not come to say there are things we did in the past that we should not have done. because it has demarcated River State. It has made our state less competent and less productive. Look, when he became speaker, River State could still count the number of employment opportunity generating establishments in the state, factories, and a good number of them had gone because by 1999, the Port Harcourt Chamber of Commerce was claiming about 30, 40, 50, below 50% industrial presence in the state. But by the time he left office, how many new factories came into River State? By the time he left office, how many new productive ventures were started in River State with River State government participation?
Okay.
Governor Mechi, in his tenure, by the way, the debate whether or not Governor Dili helped him to become governor is a mute argument. Because Amechi himself said...
we can't react to everything.
No, I know.
We have a number of issues. So I need to conclude on this.
Governor Amechi himself, on his return from exile, when he took over, had an address he gave at the Lagos Island Tennis Club. He said the first 200 million he used to start legal process that ended in returning him to office as governor was given to him by Governor Governor Dele. So certainly, Odele contributed to making him a governor.
Yes.
Therefore, we cannot make that claim. But is Amechi right that we are not sufficiently angry? Yes, he is. Is Amechi right to accuse us, therefore, of being responsible for the situation in our country? Partially so. Because until you and I get sufficiently angry, not just the youths, angry that we are being dispossessed by a Wike who says the state belongs to him, a Wike and his followers. Look at the reaction we've seen after the local government election. It points to a people who are aggrieved that what is their property, public power that is their property, is being taken from them, and in their reaction, they allegedly started a campaign of arson and civil disobedience in their small local governments. We need to take back our state, take back our economy, and take back our dignity. That is what former Governor Mechi is asking us to do. And it's not just the youths, it's all of us.
Dr. Chimo.
Well, as you're reading that, I whispered sophistry.
Yeah.
What Amechi is doing is just pure sophistry. By the grace of God, I don't know how he worked it out. He positioned me in a place where I can say what I did when these people were in office. I started writing in Beacon in 2009 when Mineda Makri was alive. I kept writing every week. All that covered almost the period of Amechi's governance. Yeah. What is Amechi talking about? Amechi shut down the courts and lawyers in River State were protesting. Amechi said he will engage youth and give them suits so that they will encounter the lawyers and deal with us. Amechi said he was counting lawyers. Sorry, if you are not working now, I'll give you 10,000 naira to take. And I wrote in the paper, I said that is like you're making a mockery of lawyers. They was having a meeting at WL Center, and his attorney general Wagubos reminded him that when he said he will also give the lawyers, he will manage to give them a laptop. And Wagubos told him, I said that is bribing lawyers or making mockery of them. He said, who is that boy? I'm his senior in age. But he said, he called me a boy. No, that is my only little protest, not a violent one. And he mocked it. And several other people. He insulted traditional rulers.
Completely.
He insulted youths. Who did this? And he comes back now because he's out of office and because now Wike is boxing him and other people are trampling on him. Suddenly remember there's protest. Yeah, but that's what all of them do in any case, that we pity them. When those who are telling them the truth outside, they hate them, mock them, despise them. When they go out, they're lonely. And they begin to box everywhere. All this weekend is doing that because very soon if he's out of office, he's completely lonely. The only people who will remember him with sympathy are even those who told him the truth that he despised. What is Amechi talking about? Protest. He hated that. He didn't allow youth organizations to thrive in River State. Those who are young, like and active in youth organizations like Ruben will tell you, he didn't allow it now. Everywhere he wants to set up his own parallel.
Yeah,
so
anything he couldn't
so
control.
Where would they have protested? He would tell police to deal with them. Like our officer said, yes, we are Nigerian youths and Nigerians, all of us have actually been stood docile. But again, in an economy like ours, some of us could manage to stay because here and there we try to find ways to survive outside them. Otherwise, they do everything to crush you. During Amechi's term, me here, for 30 months, he made sure I was out of my employment to arrest you. I had to get industrial court, I got my salary back and restatement. Amechi first. I'm a veteran of this something at their hand. Amechi first. After Amechi finished, Wike also came. I said, don't do things wrong. Where is he working? University. He's my government. Kick him out. 39 months, I wasn't paid.
Yeah.
I was in court.
As if it is their private property.
As if it's their private property. Because he told them every year, what you're doing is wrong. It's not sustainable. So who did it? From Ubima to Origwe to which youth did he allow? But yes, in principle, the youth we must have to rise up. Like those who are today now siding, burning things because somebody said, we are telling them, gentlemen, it's not in your interest. These people don't love you. They only use you and they will dump you because their children are not there. They're not interested. So you should stop that. So every time, last time I used to see him talk, that's not I wrote, he was writing about revolution. And I wrote in the paper, big on that, I said, please, when they called my son, I quoted the scripture, said, my son, when sinners invite you, entice you, consent thou not. And I told you, I said, when there are people who have never been interested in revolution, when they tell you to get involved in revolution, don't agree with them. So how can the youth protest?
But the protest within his own party that led to factionalization of APC in River State, was he able to contain it?
People said no, he said kick them out.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sophistry. Because they all believe that we don't hear the time of social media, like I said, fact checking. This morning I was happy, and I saw where Wike was hitting at Amechi. As if he was addressing himself today.
Yes.
Everybody would think that Wike is addressing Wike today.
Yes.
But he thought to have forgotten. I don't have the record, but thank God for channels and social media. Yep. Once in a while they show them. But they will tell you it doesn't matter. I don't mind. I will go on with the next one.
Chimene. Have you heard about the man called Resi Arafat? One of the Palestinian leaders who grew up in Egypt. And somehow came back to, though they fought alongside with Anwar Sadat about the peninsula. I want to tell you, when you look at the futures of that Resi Arafat, Amechi reflects most of his future.
Yes, sir. Like Oga was saying. Yes, sir.
I'm not from Islam.
No, just we'll take advantage of modern experience so we improve. Because I know you're doing
I have a different. Thank you, sir. You taught me, but I have a different phone. We didn't study English. You refused teaching.
This is not an English thing. It's the right name.
Yes.
So that we don't get confused about the personality you're talking about.
They should only thank me for making the research. Some are sleeping, so I should be thanked. So what I'm trying to say is that he possesses part of that features, and we remember that sometime it wasn't easy here under his leadership. There is a baptism of leadership. When it comes to when people are finished ruling here in Nigeria, there is a ghost that comes to them. I call it an angel. Once you finish, when you're leading, nothing will come to your head as to bring solution. But once your leadership comes to an end, you will see that baptism of decency. You want to suggest. Obasanjo is one of the examples of those that are making suggestions now on how Nigerians can move forward and Nigeria can move forward. But you begin to ask, when they were there, what happened? Each time I go to one of the schools I attend there, close to High Court area, I weep. There is an elephant project lying fallow. That money would have been used for something under Amechi's leadership. Well, I'm not here to, but I think he should. People should sometimes begin to feel remorse. I'm not part of Amechi, but I suffered under his leadership. Lawyers suffered. People, marketers. In fact, at a point we were confined. It became the Gaza kind of, a reflection of Gaza under Amechi, even though there was no direct war to the, but the war was directly biting on those that are directly working for the institution, particularly the lawyers. They suffered so much. Judges were suffering, and Amechi doesn't care. The court was under lock and key, and today he's coming to say that I'm happy today he's a lawyer, and I think what goes around comes around.
He may not come around.
Practice now.
He might come around.
He's being lawyer and they want that we can for this.
Today he said he can't afford diesel. So this was a man that said he doesn't like money. Amechi has said several things. Every time I look at him, no, that he doesn't like money. I don't know if you've seen that.
I know. When they were screened. When they were screening him for
so you wonder how the projects are all going. Maybe he said, let there be project, then it will appear. Amechi clearly has proven himself to be one of the leaders that shouldn't be supported in any way in terms of each time he comes to the public podium to say something, nobody should listen to him. One, you have kids that are somewhere, maybe in Pennsylvania or somewhere in America, resting there, and he's doing his master's. So I don't know how much of time he tends to look at the Nigerian kind
was
of...
it on his salary that all those things? All the power bike he was backing, was it from his salary?
It's like what he's doing now. So these are the brand of politician that nobody should listen to. And then for me, I think there was nothing on the table. I thought that he would have suggested that, look, these are the solutions. That today, Elon Musk, whether you like it or not, is partly people are making suggestions, driving around, Trump, telling him what to do. And for me, I think that is what leadership should be all about. How do we solve this? The likes of Amechi today, who was a one-time minister, who has had a lot of positions, should bring succor, even within the people. I cross his village too. Charity begins at home. And anytime I pass there's something that comes to my heart. So for me, I think he shouldn't just talk. He should relax and continue to be in his comfort zone. Nobody should succumb to that kind of suggestion.
I think I wouldn't waste much time on this because for me, there is no need to let me save my energy for some other this thing that will come up because I think it has become a norm in the society that they say when you are in the dancing field, you do not take cognizance of how you dance. Those who are actually spectators will tell you how you do well. But I've seen a situation just like in the chess game. Some persons who tend to prefer better tactics for you to win a game, when they get into the arena itself, they are lost of such ideas on how to win the game. And then upon coming out, they want to suggest to others how to win. I think it's high time some of these our leaders who have gotten the opportunity through the ballot or one way or the other to be in public sector, when they come out, they should actually assess themselves and as well take cognizance of how Nigerians think of them in terms of their performance. And when they see that they underperform added to what they already scored themselves, they should rather come out, apologize, and then if there is a forgiveness spirit in the society, you can now come, join the society. Because why I'm saying this, if Amechi knows that these are the things that will work, we've seen protests that notable figures in the society are saying in the front of it. If you want to go musicians, if you want to go, there are notable figures in the society who have money. When it comes to protesting in respect to the situation we are going through, you see them in forefront. I have not seen Amechi since ever he left the corridors of power as a Mr. Last, hold a conference, interview and throw one thing. After now, you will not hear him again, possibly before 2027. He will come.
Release one song.
I'm telling you. So I think we should.
Volume 3.
If we want to look at those who have maybe to a point when people say take the message and leave the messenger, I think some persons some children you need to throw them away with the bathwater.
Hey,
well, Kelly, you see, I want to believe that none of the politicians that have grown to holding positions in this country is better than the other. They have their flaws. So I won't go back at what he would have done and all this and that. But on the particular comments he made, I tell you, his children, I want to believe, are the part of the youth. And so if you are telling my own children, for instance, file out and protest because things are hard.
No, you're not sufficiently vexed. You should be
Kelly, please, like my friend Chimene will say, give me lifeline. Let me allow me. See, if my children will come out and your own will be nowhere to be found, as incidentally something happens to any of my children, will I also not be worse off than them? You see, let us be talking about, that is why I have said, even all this electoral violence, if their children are here, these politicians that are holding position that are or have held position, you won't see any gunshot because their children they may kill my child, but all of them are abroad, and so the field is open for people who perhaps cannot get that kind of money to send their children abroad. So I do not know if he can't also afford diesel. This is what people have been swimming into. Poverty. Maybe as he's touching him, he's now realizing the cries of people. No, for me, there is nothing.
Even that claim is misleading because the states, they passed a law to provide for former governors, their deputies.
No, but he said he never received anything under Wike's tenure.
Whether he did or not, the law is there. The question is, he is trying by force to make us believe that he is like us. He is not one of us. He can't be. In fact, he is the agent of our suffering.
Is he responding to the support he did not get for the APC presidential candidate?
All of that.
Because, the switch, there was a switch from when he lost that election.
Yeah, since then.
After the campaign unveiling at the stadium, the running around the stadium, seeming action to do somebody in tour and all of those things, right? Is it all of these things is it protesting that he didn't get the presidential ticket?
It's not
Dr.
protesting.
Let me take the video.
It's a rejection.
You was rejected.
He's rejecting the reality that he didn't get the ticket. It's a psychological condition.
Wow, Dr. Chimo.
No, this morning, I just see that. This morning I was just wondering, do you have political psychologists in Nigeria?
Yep.
They should get up and start working. They should begin to analyze this thing. I was going to Abuja on Sunday. At the airport, I bought one big book on the autobiography of Machiavelli. I want to study.
Isn't that the wicked book?
Yeah, I want to study more about the background of these people and what led them to write what they wrote and what our people are practicing. So, people should also study this psychology of our leaders when they leave office. Right from Obasanjo down, those who suddenly, it's outside office that they remember what should have been. So what is causing this? Alamesi once said that whenever he traveled out of Bayelsa State, he remembered things to do. Yeah. He wrote down, but immediately stepped into Ibogene, the boundary town.
Yeah.
Everything evaporated.
It's true.
So we have to really also understand, some people despise us when we pray. Just problem, my one point is that what do we pray? We should learn to pray for our leaders to have their mind back. Because many of them, it's like they don't have their minds at all. That's why some of us rejoice for the crisis in River State. Because if this governor would have lost his mind, he has recovered his mind for now. And I pray he will be in that state where he remembers that he's elected to serve the people. Because they get in there and completely focus. So when they come out, they begin to pontificate, education is important. What do you do for education? Youth should have protested. You allowed them to protest. Those who protested, what did you do? They've forgotten all that. So, whether it's I think it's a reaction and trying to reject the fact that the people rejected him. But we have to encourage him, and particularly those from River State who go into this, who normally want to go to presidential thing. They should remember that if you don't serve your people at home, you'll be alone. I used to pity Amechi and Wike when they were doing political campaign for presidential tickets. That Amechi didn't have one Rivers man who could give him 5 million naira to do election. Wike didn't have one Rivers man who could give him 2 million.
And from their own investment.
From their own investment. Because you have impoverished the people. They are so poor that they can't give you 2 million without borrowing and without crying and wishing.
They can't even pay their transport to come and
So that is why what they created, they thought they are doing good. You impoverish people, think you become the unknown star. They used to say in common parlance, chop alone, die alone. And they shouldn't bring us to come and die with them now. Or our children.
Sandiko, do you want to react to this?
No.
Comrade, do you want to react to this?
I will react.
Chimenem, before we go for the news quickly.
Somehow we should revolt against you.
No, but you've reacted
because
you have reacted to this. You have. The question was to Dr. Chiwa, but you said something first. Said about, oh yes, he did. You were the one that said he's rejecting the loss.
I was just helping my friend.
Okay. Let me let you react quickly.
I think that Amechi is right. We need, if we were reacting, people like him would not have been on the scene. If we were reacting sufficiently. So he's right. We should begin now to react. We should not let it be swept under the table anymore.
Okay.
Bad governance, which they have imposed on us since 1999, we should react to it and know what the roots are so that these things do not happen again. Our people should say, never again. We don't want this kind of parasitic imposition on us. People who we knew before suddenly became almighty and ruled our lives into denigration and come back later to say to us, why didn't you react?
We have to go for the news. When we come back, Chiminem, we'll take your views. But the direction Abu Seneba has taken us now, my head is spinning. Have we not been reacting?
No, not sufficiently.
Youth have come out in their numbers to protest and they've been killed.
Kelly, when we come back, I'll react.
They've been killed.
Yes.
Who is speaking for the innocent souls that have died in this country? Speaking for good governance.
Not only died, those who are even languishing. I remember Shehu Sani told the current president he's the father of all protest.
What is going on?
And today his children are languishing since after the NSAS. We would not have them being released. Rather, the ones of bad government have joined them. You want me to go and protest?
The Falga Federal Constituency election. I was in the studio. My colleague just left the studio to my one. That school there, my one. Police officer removed his uniform when the boys were shooting gun.
For his safety.
When you come to say, Kelly, you dey hear the bullets for the background. They were shooting. Police, how many died in that election? INEC could not declare results. People just stepped out of their homes to go and vote. They were killed.
A dead man cannot know whether there's a good governance or not.
Kelly, have we even counted the dead?
They've been killed.
Amechi's suggestion should be thrown.
Have we not sufficiently died in this country?
We shouldn't throw.
If Amechi said we should come and join him, then I would have been saying, let us be talking.
If only the children, I think
I understand.
has grown up.
Not telling
the news updates. Nah.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikamenchima. The Tinubu-led government has secured loans worth $6.45 billion from the World Bank. The amount increased to the new figure following recent approval of 3 new loans totaling $1.57 billion from the World Bank for various projects in Nigeria and is expected to increase further in the coming months. This was as the international lender approved no fewer than 36 loan requests to the federal government, amounting to a substantial total of $24.088 billion within 5 years. These approvals aimed at financing various development projects nationwide. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Aviation, Senator Fatai Buhari, has said that the Senate is working on a bill that will regulate the activities of airlines in the country. The lawmaker said the Senate is seeking to reduce the number of routes plied by airlines operating with 3 or fewer aircraft. He said, though many operators are kicking against the move, but prayed that the bill scale through in the interest of the flying public. He stressed that the bitter experiences of passengers are mainly because Nigerian airlines have refused to code share. Buhari stated this in Lagos during the Southwest Regional Air Transportation Summit 2024 with the theme Repositioning the Nigerian Aviation Industry for Financial Capability and Economic Viability, hosted by the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority. The Nigerian Army says the immediate past commander of the 3rd Brigade in Kano, Brigadier General M.A. Sadiq, is being probed over administrative discrepancies in the northwestern state. Reports emerged yesterday that the general was being detained in Abuja over allegations of theft and mismanagement of palliatives. Sadiq allegedly diverted rice palliatives from the defense headquarters intended for soldiers under his command. For clarifying that in a statement, Army spokesman Major General Oyema Wachiku said the senior officer has been relieved of command to ensure a thorough investigation. The ruling on the fresh bail application filed by the detained executive of Binance Holdings Limited, Tigran Gambayan, has suffered a setback due to the absence of Justice Emeka Wite of the Federal High Court in Abuja. The matter, which was fixed for ruling on his bail request, could not proceed yesterday as Justice Wite was said to have gone for the ongoing seminar at the National Judicial Institute in Abuja. The ruling was subsequently fixed for tomorrow. On the foreign scene, the United States President Joe Biden has condemned misinformation about Hurricanes Milton and Helene as UN American. He accused his predecessor of making false claims about the government's rescue and recovery efforts. Speaking as Hurricane Milton was on the verge of making landfall in Florida, Biden said people in need of help were being put at risk by the reckless, irresponsible, and relentless promotion of disinformation about the government's response to the storms. Biden signaled out a number of baseless claims made by Trump, claiming that disaster relief funds have been diverted to migrants. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. A very good morning to you, and thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
He and his babe are driving out for their dinner date. It's their last outing before she travels.
Babe, I'll miss us.
I'll miss you more. Hello?
Guy, that babe where you did with for club yesterday. Wait till behind.
My babe, they greet you. My babe, they greet you.
Shine, I did.
Awkward moments with babe and so much more on Netflix. Stream now for as little as 2,200 naira.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Mrs. Linda Adeyemi from the National Entrepreneur Hub in the studio. She has not traveled, so she's still around.
Hey, Kelly.
Madam, good morning.
Kelly, you are so every time you are hitting on this, I have not traveled. Yes, I need to travel around because it's not only Port Harcourt people I need to help. You understand me? So we need to go around the 36 states. You know we are in the full 36 states. So we need to help other individuals also. But thank God I'm home and I'm still around. So yes, I've not traveled. I'm in Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
Thank you, Kelly.
So please tell us what you do at National Entrepreneur Hub.
Okay, for those that are just tuning in for the first time, guess what? The National Entrepreneur Hub is a non-governmental initiative. It actually helps individuals to become the ultimate version of themselves. Not just that, it also shows them a leverage platform that they can use to augment to their present source of income. We all know the situation. Kelly, we all know. We all know the situation on ground. And we know that our present source of income, if you have only one stream of income, guess what? You go to do from hand to mouth. Guess what? You keep complaining, you keep lamenting. And so that's why we are telling you that, come, let us show you other streams of income that you can use to augment your present source of income, so that you not go to wait till month end before you go say, okay, and guess what? When month end, they don't pay you that lean salary. Before the 15th of the next month, it don't finish you. So that is what the Entrepreneur Hub is all about. We say, come, let us show you other streams of income that you can use to augment to your present source of income. That will not stress you, that will not take much of your time. Yeah?
Okay.
Yes.
So this is not contribution.
No, Abba.
It is not forex.
Abba.
It is not akawo.
Forex, akawoke. All those things you see, they are for me, they are all puzzle scheme, right?
So
now,
what is unique in what the National Entrepreneur Hub does?
Yes. See, what is unique is that it's our system and our methods, right? Now, we hold you by the hand and walk with you through the system, right? Now, we have this mentorship platform that we have designed for you. The mentorship program that will be holding you by the hand for the next 2 years. Are you with me? Yes. For the next 2 years. So for you to qualify, first and foremost, for you to qualify, for you to be a partaker of this, all you need to do, please listen carefully, all you need to do is to simply send yes to 0904 684 4790. I'll take it again. 0904 684 4790. That is all you need to do. Now, once you send yes, our top consultant will reach out to you. Now, guess what? We have, before we normally take 100, but we've been having crisis, as in the sense that, because once we select that 100 persons, and then other people that drop their number, we don't reach out to them, it became something else, and they've reached out to the federal government, have reached out to us, even the state government right now has reached out to us. So yes, to show you what it is, that we should increase the audience. So that's why we are saying the first 150 people involved. That is why it is illegal stuff. Are you with me?
Yes.
That is why it is illegal stuff. That is why it is not something that is a hanky panky. That is why we say everybody that qualifies for it are the military personnel. You can see me calling them with my full chest, the military personnel, because we know that their salary is not enough. They qualify for this. Guess what? The retirees, they qualify for this. Those planning to retire, see, if they pay me, say some people, it is when they've retired, that is why they start thinking of their future. Are you with me? So guess what? The best time to start planning for your retirement is the very first time you have that your employment letter. But most people don't even know. So by the time they retire, 6 months later, that small way they don't save, it don't go. It is finished. So that's why the Entrepreneur Hub is here for you. So are you planning to retire? Are you a retiree? Are you a teacher? Are you a doctor? Are you a barrister? Are you in the military regime? Are you a civil servant? Yes, all those government workers. You know yourself. You know the tachari way they carry go back as that. This platform is for you. All you simply need to do is simply send yes to 0904 684 4790. I'll take it again. 0904 684 4790. Once you do that, guess what? Our top consultant will reach out to you and invite you. Guess what? It is the first 150 persons. So see, if you're not among the first 150 persons, I'm sorry, we might not respond to your text message.
Okay, so they're not required to pay anything. The sessions are free.
Like the last time I spoke, I came here and I told you, see, we Nigerians, we flaunt money. And because we flaunt money, we deprive ourselves of that opportunity that we actually will get. Okay. So we always use money. Hey, money they involve, and no one they interested. Yeah, that is why you are still where you are.
Well, it doesn't mean I won't ask the question. I demand
you
the
have
answer.
asked it again, yes. And you keep asking it over and over again, and I keep giving you the same answer over and over again. The sections are free for the first 150 persons that will send yes to 0904 684 4790. I'll take it again. 0904 684 479. Oh yeah, let me Kelly say that I'm very fast. Oh yeah, 0904 684 4790. Is that slow enough?
No, this is fine.
Okay. 0904 684 684-4790. See, are you tired of your situation? Are you tired of doing from hand to mouth? Are you tired of saying, hey, the federal government is doing this, the state government is doing that? Are you tired of complaining? Nobody go help you. Now you go help yourself. Yes, now you go help yourself. And how do you help yourself? Is by having multiple streams of income. Is by not relying on just that your one source of income. And that is the only way you can better yourself. That is the only way you can remove yourself from that situation that you are. That is the only way you will stop doing from hand to mouth. Is by having multiple streams of income. And that is what the Entrepreneur Hub is all about. We say, let us show you other streams of income that you can use to augment to your present source of income. So that, see, are you that housewife that is always waiting for August salary? See, this is the time. Collect your phone and send yes to 0904-684-4790. I'll take it again. 0904-684-4790. Because poverty, some people feel say poverty means say you know the chop 3 square meal a day, you no get house, you no get roof over your head. No lie. If you are still struggling to pay your bills, my friend, you are poor. Yes, if at the end of the month, if your expenditure is greater than your income, my friend, you are poor. The truth is bitter. So until you have a residual income that supersedes your expenditure, that is when you can say that yes, indeed, I am financially buoyant. That is when because in our present time, there is nothing like middle class, nothing like I manage. It's either you are rich or you're poor. So it is high time you look for other streams of income that you can use to augment to your present source of income. And that is what the Entrepreneur Hub is all about. We say all you need to do to participate is simply send yes to 0904-684-4790. I'll take it again. 0904-684-4790. And guess what? Once you do that, the first 150 person, our top consultant will reach out to you and give you all the necessary details that you require.
So those that would indicate interest, what should they come with?
Okay, this is what you need to come with. First, you need to come with an open mind. Because most of us, just like I heard one of the commercials that was going on that you played on air, that our mind is fixed that the only way we go carry make money for this life now, make we get work, make we go office 6 to 6. Mbano. Guess what? So first of all, you need to unlearn what you think you know and relearn new things. So have this open mind that you want to embrace new ideas, you want to embrace new things that you can use to augment. That's the first criteria. Second criteria, please come with your biro and paper, because most people think say their head na computer, so then feel say whatever they go see, they go feel cram everything for their head, and they don't know say you see this head no be computer. Even computer, you get one point where you go reach, you go crash. Why? Because it don't pass in capacity. So come with your writing pad so that you can write down, you can jot down, and you can go through that your book over and over again. Because see, knowledge is the new currency. In fact, what's his name? What's this guy's name? The guy that wrote this Rich Dad Poor Dad. He said something. He said that. Thank you, Robert Sokis says something. He said that if you want to acquire something, guess what? If you want to set your goals and you want your goals to be achieved, you write them in a plain sheet and go through them morning and night, and that is the only way. So come with your writing pad, come with an open mind, and guess what? Come with the mindset that yes, indeed, you want to grab something that you will use to augment to your present source of income.
So before we go, phone numbers again.
Okay, the phone numbers are 0904-684-4790. I'll take it again. 0904-684-4790.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Linda Adeyemi, for being here this morning.
Today, you don't just call me Linda. You called me Mrs. Adeyemi.
No, but you told me last week, so I've been very deliberate in calling the full name.
Okay, Kelly.
So that your husband will not block somebody on the road and want the person. Thank you again.
Thank you, Kelly.
All right, we'll return to our conversation in a moment. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much for staying with us. We'll continue our conversation. It's now 18 minutes past the hour of 10. Panelists for today, Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., is a public affairs analyst. We have Wadi Chimenem Esquire, is a legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage South-South Zone. We have Dr. C.A.J. Chinwo, he's a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. And then we have Ama Opusanebo Bobosofuri Brown, he's a managing consultant, CEO Grain Consulting. And let me ask Mr. Ndukwe quickly, what you wanted to say before we went on that break, do you still want to say it? Or somehow we just closed off?
Kelly, we can go.
Let's move, right? All right. So let's go to the probe. Yesterday, the Commissioner for Police, I don't want to say new Commissioner for Police, because this one is get a single just sit down, they'll take him out of the state, bring another one. So we have a Commissioner of Police, yes, Mustafa Bala, one of them. They said they are doing capacity building. They were touring the local government areas, and then they got to, well, the ones that were most disturbed in the crisis of Monday, October 7th. The chairman, some of them on ground, received them, took them round. But the part that is of focus for us today is, they said they will probe what happened. And I asked the question, is it likely that the probe would amount to anything? Is it likely that that probe would amount to anything in terms of prosecution? Like Yeson Wike said, when he rubbished the efforts of Rivers State government in setting up the judicial panel of inquiry, maybe he spoke out of experience. It says rubbish. The governor said he knows them, political opponents. So why not just arrest them? Clearly, we know that he was mocking the governor. The governor cannot arrest his supporters with the way the system is, unfortunately. Amapu said, "Well, I agree. The way he's looking at me, he would have some ideology to try and explain why that should not be and so on. But our reality is our reality. We speak for change, we agree. But before we change, we have to see what is now before we get to that change. However, the police, speaking of a probe, is that likely to achieve anything tangible, Mr. Ndukwe?
Well, police probe, I don't really know what he's going to achieve. I really don't know, because after everything, will those who indeed were behind the arson attack, will they be known? They may genuinely know them.
When you say they probably even know them right now.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm furthering the explanation. They may genuinely know them. But will they bring the names behind perhaps the expectation of people? Will they bring them out for people to understand that truly these people were the perpetrators of this violence? So for me, I don't think the police probe will amount to anything. But in the end, let it be that they probed. At least they pretended and said, we have probed that, and then we are going to reveal that, which we will expect until we get tired. We just stay. Simple. That's the way it's been going.
Dr. Chinwo.
Well, Kelly, I think it's really a shame and a pity that our nation has gotten to this point where nobody believes that taking a matter to settle up a tribunal of inquiry will lead to anything. Where people, we don't believe again that the police say we are probing, it will lead to anything. It's, for a nation to get to this point, it's a disaster. We have gotten to this point where if the commissioner of police, like Emma used to say, if a politician tell you go to Choba, begin to go to Rumokoro. Now we are going to the point where if a policeman tells you we are going to probe a crime, investigate it, you just know that it's a waste of time. Where judicial tribunal is set up by the governor, and the former governor could boldly say on television, it is rubbish. Where he could say, I will send my lawyers. Some of these lawyers are senior advocates. I'll send my lawyers to go and rubbish.
Have you seen some of the reports that, I think it's Ugochinyere alleging that he wants to get an ex parte order to stop the commission? I'm wondering. Anyway, strange things are happening.
No, he saw on television, we can't get that to stop it. And he almost, now we're getting to the point where you're almost certain that it will be up to a week and they will get an order. And judges, the judiciary, we have reduced it to this level. So we keep talking, because if we don't talk, the danger if we didn't even talk, a generation will arise. I think that is the right thing. True. At least our talking is assuring people that no, there are better alternative things. Forget what is happening. Otherwise, police should probe. But again, the question in the burden of counsel, the police, will they admit if they are the ones responsible? Because if you ask me, I would rather accuse the police. Mm-hmm. You have held this council secretariat
3 months
or captive. Nobody could enter. The day you are just leaving it.
Then you just left.
That same morning, I was in Abuja. I heard that the IG said leave. That's why we are having this. No. Even if you are withdrawing from Gaza, you don't withdraw that way.
Yes.
So the police have a lot of questions to answer, because you see, what you are in control of, the environment you are in control of, you're also responsible for what happens to it immediately after you leave.
Even when the statement that was released by Irunge Koko said they are withdrawing, but they're not withdrawing without measures to address any crisis that may arise swiftly.
Yeah, so the police, for instance, you're leaving, who did you hand over the place to? You took the place over from somebody or said nobody should enter. Who did you hand over the place to? And you're telling me now that you probe. And then the political people are saying that the tribunal being set up by the governor is rubbish. And it's a pity. And a judge will preside over a tribunal of inquiry. And it is also judges, brother judges, that will, I don't know what they hear these days. And then they will make an order. They say, don't sit. So we have gotten to a real dire end, and God help us where we're going to.
I'm up with anymore.
Well, Kelly, if I talk now, you say I'm over. I'm over interfering. The point, however, is that what Dr. Chinwa said calls for deep thinking on our part. Those of us who've said from careful study of Nigeria that what we are running is a feudal system, or in fact, the feudal system is running us.
Okay.
We've reached a point because everything runs in a system. It allows you to predict what is going to happen next. The stage we are at now, as Dr. Chinwa pointed out, where the police took responsibility on their own to protect local government secretariats for 3 months, locking it at will without any court order, and then leaving there without any court order, asking them to leave, and the next morning the place becomes vandalized.
No, the same morning.
Precisely. So that situation where we are in points to a critical stage in the degeneration of the feudal system. The feudal system, as it stays in power, as it matures, as it grabs the politics and the economy and the social life of the people incrementally, gets more and makes society more and more inefficient, because the institutions of state become compromised, weakened, and anti-people. So we are getting to the point where the innocent is endangered, increasingly so. We are getting to the point where public property and public office will not just be privatized by those who hold power, but will be turned against the people who should ordinarily own it. We are getting to the point where, if you read 1984, all power, whether it is economic, cultural, social, or political, will be fused under the political, so that if the man who holds political office says you are enemy of the state, both the judiciary and the law enforcement agents will concur. They will concur. They don't need to go and do anything. So when somebody like FCT Minister, His Excellency Nyerisi Ezewo Wike, is telling you that a governor's administrative judicial panel of inquiry is rubbish, you should know, as Jesus Christ told the followers, that the end is nigh. You know, you are seeing a situation where, for the first time in our history, I don't know where Nyeso Wike was by 1980. By 1980, in the Fourth Republic, in the Second Republic, when River State, for the first time, had ministers. Before then, there was no River State. We didn't have ministers. But by the Second Republic, River State had been created, and we had ministers. The first minister we had, late Victor Massey, did not become a heavyweight burden on the neck of the sitting governor. The protocol of state respects the fact that after the president, the next level of protocol, or the next level of authority in the protocol order is the governor, a state governor, because the president takes a full national anthem salute, the governor also does. No minister has a right to talk at the same level as a governor, not to talk of talking above the governor. But under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the feudal system has collapsed. Our sense of order and public decorum to a level where a minister now is superior to a governor, provided he's a depending on where that minister sits, by the right hand of the president. So we don't know whether Nyesom Ezewo Wike is saying what he's saying because he's by the right hand of the president, or because the feudal system has given him hidden powers that none of us can understand. But generally, all Nigerians should take note of the fact that we've reached a point where a minister can determine ahead what the law courts will do and what the police will do.
So the probe, nothing likely to come out?
It depends on...
Being that the system is the way the system is now.
By the way, the probe of a man who carried dynamite that exploded on him, till now, have we had anybody prosecuted?
We're still expecting.
Okay. Comrade Izu, Sanduka, have I taken your thoughts on this? I've been thinking. I think we started with you.
Favoritism.
Yes, that's fine.
Favoritism.
It is fine.
The police will also probe this.
No. Who is setting up the panel?
It's Kelly.
Comrade Izu, we're asking, the police said they will probe the Inferno. I asked plainly on social media, empty probe?
Well, Kelly, I believe that my position would not be different from others who have given theirs. The truth is, I don't think a normal Nigerian who has followed up the trend of government in the past years would take anything like probe serious. Why I say so is this. I have not, I stand to be corrected, I have not seen, let me come down to River State, I have not seen the outcome of any probe from the panel being followed up by, whether from Odele's time, Amechi's time, to Wike's time.
No, we're speaking of the police probe this time. Not the judicial panel of inquiry.
I just want to
put it together.
This same thing, the governor has also made mention of probing through his panel and all the rest. Yesterday, I saw the picture of the current CP going to Falga and then one other local government. Yeah. Well, for the police, we are always on top of the matter.
And yet things are going bad.
I'm telling you, they have never been under. The things are happening on the ground here, but they will always be on top. That's why we've never heard anything.
But if you are so much on top, your hand cannot reach the
They are supposed to be on the ground. Then when the team has been unraveled, it comes on top. Not being on top. Even when their own men are involved, we are investigating. The police has always been on top. All the time I've heard issues like this. It would be nice if they could be willing to write the narrative rightly by at the end this and this and this and this XYZ are involved in this, and this is the measures we have taken, either inviting them. I remember vividly still under this administration, early enough, something came out, popped up in the public domain of someone the police invited and all the rest, and they will always tell you we are investigating.
All right.
Even the outcome, I'm not talking about prosecution, no, the outcome of the investigation has never been in a public forum. How dare you now prosecute? Before you prosecute, the outcome must be there. Oh, I found out that it was Kelly. Oh, it was Ruben. Who is involved?
No. Let's go back. Let's go back.
I supported it now. My name is Yana.
You found out what Chimene. So really, nothing. Empty probe.
You know, we first of all, because I've listened carefully across the nation. When the police said we are investigating, oh, we got this report, we are investigating. There has never been any time anybody has been indicted. How then will you prosecute a ghost? You must see somebody who involved in it first before you talk of, oh, we are taking this measure to bring the person to book. We've never heard that thing that we said that time that happened. This is who is involved. And let me tell you one thing, which is my worry. Just like what happened with the EFCC, I was discussing with somebody the other time. When people keep saying that nobody is above the law, I don't think they should be washing us with that thing. We saw a situation whereby EFCC, which is one of the outfit of the security agencies, had to prosecute, which is currently bringing another mixed reaction in public domain, talking about Naira abuse of Bobrisky. That is bringing another angle of that thing. Not 2 weeks after Bobrisky was prosecuted, who came on public domain with this same issue was Obi Kubana chief priest. You remember? Obi Kubana chief priest. He was invited also to the state headquarters.
They took him to court.
They
settled out of court.
Oh, they settled out of court.
Yes, he was prosecuted. They settled out of court.
You hear?
Yeah.
It was settled out of court.
It's not illegal now. It's a judicial procedure.
It is.
They settled out of court.
Okay.
So let me go to Chimenem. Before Chimenem responds,
I will settle out of court with you.
No, I don't have issue with you.
With me?
No, I have a say, so they are on standby, but I don't have issue with you. But anyone see that that viral video of the worship session yesterday at an uncompleted building?
Where?
I'm speaking to those that may have seen the viral video.
We are not part of the panel.
Viral video about what?
A group of worshippers at an uncompleted
church
building.
Worshippers.
They were singing worship songs.
Worshippers.
They were singing worship songs. Okay.
That's this alone.
That's how far I want to go. There are people listening now. Our audience is not.
It's not limited to the panel.
The panel, you're part of the team feeding the audience the information.
I can tell you.
So I'm speaking to the audience.
In case of number, you are.
So the audience may have seen that video, that viral video, when they were lifting their hands and one was wearing a scarf and somebody told him remove your cap. Like, why are we so religious? And then he removed his cap and he was moving it. I'm like. Then I looked at the environment, uncompleted building. I said, why did they use uncompleted building? Anyway.
For security reasons.
Okay.
Since they're already burning buildings that are completed and used.
It's safer to be in an uncompleted one.
So, police said they are probing the Inferno. I asked the question, is it likely that something tangible come out of that probe? This slow motion.
You know, when we slow to anger, slow. let me be very frank. When a police commissioner has been posted to a particular place, you look at the resume of that police officer and look at his character in terms of where he has been before. He left from Katsina, Bala Mustafa Mohammed. He's a very known name, and when it comes to delivery in terms of ensuring that there is security, when you look at what he did in Katsina is a very volatile place, very, very volatile. And it's like Adamawa, where the Waziri is from, another volatile place, northeast. These are places that you cannot, the Commissioner of Police, of course, some of them are very active, while some are passive. We know the police men that are very passive, and we have seen them when they were posted here. It all showed. This is a good police commissioner. Yesterday I was watching at him. I followed him all through his days in Castilla, even though I don't stay there. This is the first time we are seeing the police commissioner visit, coming into Port Harcourt not even up to 3 days. Like my friend, one of my friends was saying here, Izu, that police like being on top. Yes, you have to be on top. You have to be on top of the situation. You have to understand the terrain. You have to equally know where you're coming to.
That's why you are hyping the police. I'm suspecting you.
Yes. If they do well, I will of course hype. Now, he has this, looking at the time, other persons would have, even at the presidential level, we have seen crime areas where even when the president is informed that so many persons have died, this one, they won't go to that place. They will only send their condolence. They commiserate. He went there and on the spot assessment, went there, checked. He came to my local government. Even though these things were orchestrated by some persons who are overzealous of taking over the local government. Like I was telling people, it can be done by the same persons for them to get incentive. We know the character of people.
Okay.
So we know how this election was, shammily done. So these are not the things that...
Yeah, the only view that says so.
No, the other views like that.
But let them go. God forbid that everybody will... Of course, there are people that...
Even in this studio, people have expressed views about the election.
This election, when you follow the local government laws, of course, you will see...
But that's a different conversation.
Now, what I'm saying is that he will deliver.
What is he going to deliver? That when they are done with their probe,
you will see. Yes, he has already.
We'll hear the outcome of the probe.
You will hear. You will hear. Yes, that's why I said, look, while we are seated here, it will be very wrong to put the cart before the horse.
Okay.
For me, I have looked at the man. Like I said, I've been following him. Most of us may not be aware of Bala Mustafa Mohammed. He's a very known name.
Okay.
When it comes to
police,
securing,
investigation, probes.
Just like the former commissioner of police that just left here this week. Okay. I told you, these are strong people.
He has quite a rich profile by your assessment.
Very extremely. Look, this is the first time we are seeing a commissioner move down to go and check what is going on.
You mean the very first time?
From local government to local, where you just you don't understand. When something has already taken place, you understand me? When somebody we have always stayed here. We all know what is going on when it comes to the character of some commissioner of police. Frankly, we just hear that there's an inferno here. People, so many persons died. They won't visit the crime scene. They will send their men. He went there on his own and said, "Look, he met with in fact, let me not just say he met with the council, those involved."
No, why not say what he wanted to say?
No, God forbid.
He said with
my local government. He met.
Okay, so he met with your local government.
Like he went to the local government.
He went to the space.
People.
He must have met somebody there now.
I said people.
No, so who did he meet there?
He met the chairman of Chimene's local
government. No, not my chairman.
That's what we are
not my chairman.
So he met with your chairman.
He's not my chairman. He's not my chairman.
But you are about to say that now.
I said he met with people. My people. There are people working there. Yes, I have my people working there.
Okay, so is the chairman not your people?
I said he's not part of me. You can reject. I have people that I don't talk to in the family. There are people that I have decided not to talk. I have the right. So if you say the governor is not my governor, we have seen people in the state say, "Look, this is not my president."
Why are you cherry picking on your own people? No,
not cherry picking. I have the right to say this is not my chairman. I have the right to say this is not my brother.
Okay, let me assume that's not what
that's
you
meant. That's what God has given me.
Let me assume. No, for peace and national movement, let's assume that that's not what you meant. That you were referring to Chido. You didn't want to say.
I don't know
who my chairman.
I don't know the name.
Okay, you don't know the name. So I don't know. But you in this studio one time said. No, but you in this studio one time said that he's
I
not
think you're not doing a good. That's not a good memory. You have a good memory.
Kelly, I don't know why all people will attack you for recalling events. People don't want to recall you.
I cannot be part of
They are forward looking.
I am not part of that sham. I am not part of. In as much as I didn't vote for that election, the election was not part of. I came here and I told you, I don't know what is going on. So whoever they may have kept there, I'm not aware of it. But I know that some people in my village are working there.
Okay.
So they informed me, they called me, and I saw in one of the YouTubes when I saw the Commissioner of Police.
All right.
And I want to say, look, he has done marvelously. In Castilla State,
So
you can bring that same weight of experience here. We're going to get it all.
So let's go to a final. There are two more stories, but we don't have the time. And even this one I have to squeeze you for quick reactions now. So yesterday we had a new announcement of a new price regime for petrol. At least around here, any IB, petrol will sell at NNPC station for 1,100 naira. 1,100 at NNPC filling stations. I was thinking, some of the explanations we've got so far is they've removed the subsidy now. So NNPC is selling at what they're selling. Other marketers should be able to buy direct from Dangote refinery to sell. I heard there are projections that the price will fall. The price may fall over time. I don't know, I can't confirm. But we have a new price regime. 1,000, just say 1,100. What the other stations will, at the other stations, price fell marginally, but is it 50 naira or 100 naira? Price fell. It used to be 1,230, 1,3 in some stations, and it dropped to about 1,001 something. And boom, that's gone up again. So this new regime, I just want to get your opinions about it. It's just your opinion about it that I'm seeking at this point. Because we all have where it's pinching us. We've talked about this petrol issue for a long time. They say what is facts in this also is the NNPC is no longer sole off-taker of the product. So throwing the market open, the supposed deregulated space. Mr. Ndukwe.
Well, Kelly, I think if truly government has deregulated, it should be in the form it is, the new one. Because when I heard that NNPC was going to be the sole off-taker, I said, what kind of deregulation is Nigeria? I don't know why Nigeria is always maybe adept at the wrong side of issues. But now, it's also a warning to officials of government who have always been denying that government was no longer paying subsidy. You know, on May 29th of 2003, they said subsidy was gone, but they came back paying subsidy.
2023.
But
2023,
I mean. And then some people also working for government were denying it. But now it shows that truly they were still paying subsidy. And some of us reading in between the lines were saying that it means something is being paid for PMS still. So this has in fact brought them out in the cold to tell us that yes, they were paying subsidy. Now, if it is true that they've deregulated, because tomorrow, just like the refinery, which has always been producing every time they say, but we won't hear anything again. But it will start from this. I think now it will shifted to the end of the year or so.
I don't know.
Okay. Whatever.
Right now, I don't know.
Let's not. We will always not know because they won't make it known to us.
No, I know they announced it, but I don't care.
Okay. But what I'm only saying is that if truly the situation is such that there is deregulated fully, then you have various prices. And as it stands,
but if they're buying from the same source, it
doesn't matter, Kelly. You see, deregulation. If it's true deregulation, filling station A may sell even 1,200.
No, but there should be some kind. They see the NMDPRA. They're not there for nothing.
Yes,
it's deregulated,
which is part of government.
But there should be a benchmark.
Yes, there
for
should be
all the players.
No, what happens if, for instance, let's say 5 filling stations are on this road, and then they sold the remaining one. One has a product. you think he will
demand and supply.
Oh, that is it.
He will capitalize on the situation.
So that is the situation. So for me, I think what happens now, but let it not be that there are some reasons we'll start looking again that this is not the regulation. They are still having some hold on the petroleum sector. That means you still see another rise from government.
Very possible.
That is the problem. So for me now, if everything is clear and the full deregulation, yes, they could go with a higher price and the others will go like that. But I think it will stabilize sometime if it is with this caveat that it is fully a deregulated economy.
Comrade Izo.
Yeah, Kelly, seeing this currently, I was just listening to watching rather a video that was trending yesterday. I saw on Arise News that Ruben Abate was in the morning yesterday, and the young man was like, he bought fuel between Warri and somewhere. He bought a certain amount of fuel, and he was lamenting the state of the road that has kept them for over how many hours. He was begging the president, I beg. What comes to my mind was, we in Port Harcourt, we bought, the last time I took cognizance of the price of fuel in Abuja, it was 600 to 700 depending on where you are, whereas we're already buying in Port Harcourt 1,000, 1 something, 2 something. Yeah. Ask anyone. If you check the NMPC price of this thing today, the fuel in Port Harcourt is not the same. The cost of PMS in Nigeria is not the same everywhere.
True. Even in Port Harcourt.
It's about the distance now.
Even
distance to Lagos.
Like this morning, I bought for 1,250.
This morning
at Mpolo Junction, I bought for 1,250. What he said is one thing that our government, we don't regulate. You might be up there and make a pronouncement. You don't have a body that follows up this same pronouncement. You don't have. Upon that statement of the president, subsidy is gone. There we find ourselves. So if before now you sold lesser than 1,000 naira, yet we could buy at 1,400. Yes, in Port Harcourt we bought fuel at 1,400.
I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I never bought at that amount.
You never did?
The most I bought was 1,250.
Serious?
I bought once.
You bought once?
I bought 1,400, not once even.
I did 1,250.
1,250. I know I bought 1,000.
Thank God he said I bought more than once, because that period I moved a lot. It was annoying. Now we were discussing. I and Chimene earlier on we were discussing, and I asked myself. I was speaking with my man yesterday, and I said, "What is the way forward?" Sometimes we have been talking about this whole NMPC Dangote thing. Some persons today, a lady was on socials and was like, "I not tell her now." It was doing the Dinomilai pattern, and a lot of Nigerians celebrated that resolution for Dangote coming in. So she was like, that will not solve our problem. Not in Nigeria we did. Today I haven't seen what is happening. She was like, I not tell her now. And for me, I sit back and I watch everything that is shrouded in secrecy. And I just ask myself, who are they deceiving?
Okay.
Nigerians.
Who are they deceiving?
Okay.
Everything, whether your economic team and every policy you have, according to our economy, everything is centered on one thing. It is the energy.
Let me just plead with you as you gesticulate. Just mind Mr. Ndiko's eye. Before he collects elbow.
Sorry. If that which you are planning, not even suggesting. If that which you are planning,
ask him to deregulate his swinging elbow.
I believe you tied the goat outside.
Oh, wow.
That thing you are praying to happen, I believe you tie the goat outside. Because
he called my attention to it though. When he moved his face away from your
I don't
hand.
want to be apologized to why my eyes is
as the hand was swinging. So I just said, let me voice it because it's not intentional.
When you
timely advice.
When you mistakenly hit an elderly man who comes from where they normally give parable,
innocent me trying to help an elite. I think we should mind our business.
I'm telling you, I don't want to talk again.
Dr. Chiwo, so the hike in petrol price at this point?
Kenny, I'm getting so used to it. This morning, yesterday I went to the filling station twice. Today I went once. What I've gotten used to is what they want us to do. It used to be one day at a time. We sing one day at a time, Sweet Jesus. Now 1 hour at a time, or one trip at a time. The one you have, I didn't even ask them, what rate did you sell today? I just said, this is the amount I have. They gave me, I took off. Because it's so heartbreaking. One, when you call what you have naira, that's when you feel the pain much. Just think that you are giving them money. Because when you remember what 1 naira was, what 10 naira was, what naira was, what you used to buy fuel, what you could use to fill your tank before, and remember that now that doesn't get you 1/5 of the volume. So what I'm learning is just how much is it? If I don't have the money to buy, I get out or buy whatever it can afford. Because see, this government, one thing is very clear in the Bible. You must have heard the case of Rehoboam, and they said the people came to say, "My friend King, we suffered under your father, even though we didn't protest. Now I'm just saying we should protest, but please, can you help us to reduce the suffering?" And he met his power bike riding friends. And those guys told him, look, tell them that they haven't seen anything yet. This government is the Rehoboam principle. We haven't seen
Dr. Chinwo,
anything yet.
Dr. Chinwo,
yes.
Dr. Chinwo, I know you're being metaphoric in a way.
No, I'm telling you what is happening.
No, but you're also being literal.
Yes.
You've called out a certain group.
Yes.
All right, to have given him wrong advice.
Yes. And they are determined. They're not apologetic about it. And Tinubu is ready to enforce it. No, and that advice is let them suffer suffer.
The point I'm speaking of is,
yes.
You know, when you talked about the power bike,
yes,
you were referring to a certain former governor.
No.
All those who use power bike.
It is the power bike of the time of Rehoboam. Okay. Those kind of friends. There have always been people who were like that. Yes. In those friends, that every age.
A privileged elite.
A privileged elite of youths who never knew anything what it meant to be in a school.
He has given this clarification.
A privileged elite.
Yes, so they don't understand anything. They don't, don't you see during COVID-19, a governor cooking and showing us the quality of food he was eating?
Yes.
So the kind of people are having now. So telling Nigerians, you are protesting, we are eating. So it's not metaphor, that is a reality. So this government
should it be on a fast? Should he be on a fast?
Who? No, he said.
Has he not been eating before the
protest? Maybe
he didn't come to tell us.
Maybe you don't understand. You are not part of the past.
No, he's a journalist.
Okay, you're a journalist. So what I'm saying is that because this government are determined to suffer Nigerians without end, I think what we should do is to determine to endure it without complaint and adjust. I know that is what makes them to even continue. But the danger is that when you're having the people that are adjusting to whatever you're giving to them, the day they will really react, you will not know, because it will be the most innocuous thing that will make them take the kind of response that you never anticipated. Okay. The Arab Spring, it didn't come from any group giving notice. It didn't start with any group saying or any position political party. One young man just set himself alight, said, I'm tired. What is this? In Tunisia, which was even like the better country of most of those North African countries. And the thing spread. Syria has not recovered from it today. Libya has not recovered from it. so Arab Spring, let's be careful. But we are getting used to it.
Chimene.
Well, this is not the first time we are seeing a rise, even though I wasn't born in the 40s. but we'll go by history. In 1946, we experienced there was such, oil rise and people couldn't access it. And I know that sometime in the 70s, there was also rise. But it was in pennies. 20 naira was the highest denomination, but people couldn't get it. It wasn't easy. Now, I think these are, today when you look at the international market, so many things are going on. In Angola, where you have one of the, one of the biggest producers of oil in Africa, they only have their skirmishes. I was looking at what was actually going on. Now, the case of Nigeria, of course, if we had by this time started deregulating, it would have gone a long way. Politics is just a hybrid. It's one of the enterprise that, people leverages on. Everybody, nobody wants to do anything. And of course, when you go get it, become a leader, of course you want to get it and become more avaricious. The question when they were saying, look, that if Dangote refinery comes in, which is the sixth or seventh in the world refineries, and somebody was telling me that if this refinery comes, that oil price will be subsidized. Nigeria will get it at all cost. And I say, who are the debenture holders? Who are the people, when you say, who are the people that are, because you don't just, there are partnership. They only use Dangote. It's like, let me not go far. If you go there to buy shares, of course, you will see a lot of, you see investors, you hear shareholders, names of people. But the first person you hear of is Raymond late Dobesi, as he then was. So for me, I think, who are the characters behind, if you have to unveil the investors behind Dangote, of course you will see that they are bigwigs. Former president and presidents, even those that are coming to shout on the pages of newspaper that Nigeria should be better, they're investors. If you're selling from your depot so amount, what do you expect from those that are coming to buy, the retailers? How much do you think that they will sell? If I buy from you 15 naira, I should go home and sell 14 naira. It won't happen. Okay. So for me, it will be very difficult. And none of these people, NMPCL, nobody is talking. If you watch it, there is a mute, a total mute. Those that should engage us and tell the media that this is what is going on, they are quiet. And I can tell you that so many persons are benefiting. Reporters whose beats are within that angle are not even saying anything. Because you can't write when you've not seen anything. You only write when you've gotten an information as a journalist. There is a grave quietness. And for me, I think that we won't get it until, like I said, maybe after democracy, we'll go into theocracy. All right. But what is going on now is that there is politics. In one of the biggest refineries in the world today in India, Jamnaja, of course, I was asking some of my friends living out there, how are they purchasing fuel there in India? Are they getting it? They said it's high. Even in Libya, some of the African countries, fuel, yes, people have been, it's been, yes, hike. Okay. It's been on a very high this thing. Even in Angola, like I cited. All right. We are seeing it now.
In Libya, you say it's high?
Please, go. You're not far. You're not far. You can take your phone from Libya. Take your phone.
Libya is 53 naira.
What I'm saying is, you're not living there, sir. We are here in Nigeria.
No, you are.
I'm telling you. I
thought you told him to check.
You are living in Nigeria and you've been citing other African countries. Oh, yeah, you think he doesn't have people living there?
I have checked it now.
He lives in Nigeria.
Okay, let me.
So what I'm saying is that please, we are all stakeholders. And in as much as we are all stakeholders, we have to offer solution. The regulation is the best, but politics is at its high level of this cartel. I don't know how we're going to dislodge them. You see, what I keep saying is that those of us that are not within the cadres of leadership, we have a lot of suggestions to make. Do you know that I told you here that I was opportune to meet a friend who told me some years back that if he manages to be a councillor, that he will better a lot of people. Now I can assess him. All right. I don't know if but I can't even assess him. So a man becomes righteous.
Is he still in this country?
No.
Since you're not in the class,
a man becomes righteous when he's not in the cadre of leadership.
Okay.
The problem we have is that there is no sincerity.
All right.
Within the cartel of
the latest increase in the price of petrol.
Kelly, why are we even discussing it?
Because we're affected as citizens.
Precisely. We have not acted as if we are affected. We are not guiding our response to the situation with proper information and understanding. Whether hydrocarbons are processed in Nigeria or outside, the margin of difference as a government policy has not been established.
Sure.
It has not been established not because it's difficult to establish, but because Nigerians have not demanded from their government that, look, we want to know the difference between when we import and when we produce at home.
Let me give you an instance.
Yes, please.
Falana and other civil society organizations had written to the federal government.
Yes.
They've written to the contractors managing the Port Harcourt refinery.
Yes.
On details of their spendings. Nobody has said anything to them. Nobody has said anything to them. There's the Freedom of Information Act that allows them to access that information.
Yes.
Nobody has said anything to them. Serap has written, threatened, went to court, got court judgment on many of these occasions and things. The government has kept a tight lip on these issues.
Yep.
So what else should citizens
do? you make me laugh.
People are requesting, they are not saying anything. What else should citizens do?
You make me laugh, sir. When we make those demands, it becomes important for larger groups to appropriate the demand, to appropriate the struggle to government to be responsive. Because what you just said is that the government stonewalls because it doesn't want to be responsive to the Nigerian people.
But it's clear.
So we have a duty as Nigerian citizens to be informed and to be knowledgeable. What do? We should have a template on which we calculate what the price in other countries, the pump price in countries where they produce, where they refine their products, right? It is different from countries where they ship in their products, because when you ship in, you add freight costs, insurance, handling, and all those charges, right? But when you are producing inland, you do away with all those additions. One of the things we need to do as Nigerians is to have that template on the basis of which we even calculate what the market price should be and make that price public, whether or not the refinery we have is willing to sell at that rate. Let the information be in the public domain. Ordinarily, this is the rate of producing refined petrol, refining it in this country, and this should be the margin of profit, 10%, 20%, 30%. The margin of profit in other countries on refined product is not more than 5%. In Nigeria, we don't know what the margin is. 2, the role of, NNPCL is confusing. We should ask NNPCL to declare what the hell its job is. It is now a private company. Don't forget.
Private or commercial company?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, they say it's commercial.
When it was NNPC, was it not commercial?
Well, they said it was more government control. Now they are commercial, so they can source for loans.
If it is commercial and less government control, not too long ago, I had a certain president order them to sell crude oil to one refinery in Nigeria, and they complied. Is that the way commercial businesses operate?
Well, you know that government that you say ordered them is the highest shareholder in that company.
Precisely. And that government, if it has the highest share, it means that Nigerians have the highest share in that. So it is a private company with Nigerians having the largest share in it.
Okay.
So in which case, it should be acting in the interest of Nigerians. Therefore, we know that the rate at which crude oil is given to local refineries is different. The market price is different from what the international price of crude oil per barrel is. Is NNPC doing so? We need it to publish weekly rates at which it delivers crude oil.
We already have an inkling that that's not what they're doing, because executive from the NNPCL, ownership of Dangote Refinery, they told us that the crude for Naira and petrol for Naira is just for ease of transaction. That is, the same amount you pay in dollars, don't pay in dollars, pay in Naira. That's what they've told us.
Yeah, but the same amount, less cost of insurance, freight, shipping.
It's still the same product.
Right.
They said rather than you want to source this product,
yes,
you pay in dollars. We put everything inside. You pay in dollars, right? No, we're saying don't pay in dollars. Pay in Naira. All of those things are inside it. Just pay the same value, but rather than pay in S with double stroke, pay with the N with a double stroke.
Yeah. Even if you do that, Kelly, even if you do that, the fact remains that the crude oil price, as in the international market, right, is now affected by the tension in the Middle East. So it is bound to go up. So the price at which the same quantity of crude oil could be delivered to a local refinery will be affected, right? It behooves the Nigerian public to demand that we know each week, like Dr. What was his name? The Minister of Petroleum that didn't last in office under Ibe Kachuku. He was doing that. He got NNPC to be publishing on regular basis the prices at which certain commodities and bid or within NNPC was being conducted.
Did he last on the job?
That's the point.
He did not last on the job.
It doesn't need to last, but our interest should last. Whoever comes to that position should be made to recognize by our persistence that this is the way we want the country to function for us.
I agree. Even though I have to open the phone lines, I've overshot the time even. But I'm thinking, was it pressure on Ibe Kachuku that made him push for some of the things that he pushed for as minister?
Oh yeah, it wasn't righteousness.
No,
it wasn't individual righteousness. It was awareness of social environment.
No,
and you and I may not know the sources of pressure on him.
Okay.
No, I could even think of pressure. You know, it's coming after the several promises they made.
For the campaigns.
From Jonathan.
The campaigns.
And then people expected. So he himself thought that the government meant those things. And
but clearly the government was thinking
no, I'm not direction. By the time the government was thinking something else, he realized they were just floating.
Yeah,
but the people put some certain pressure. The pressure was change. Jonathan's government was publishing what they are giving to local government. Tell us what the NNPC. And he thought that the government was sincere. Unfortunately for him, he was working with a different group.
Yeah, the challenge was that we didn't hold on to that milestone achievement by him. That the public deserved to know the rate at which certain transactions are being done.
Okay.
And the case of crude oil supply to Dangote, when you're talking of deregulation, the regulation must be open with financial infrastructure, monetary and financial infrastructure to support the regulation. You cannot deregulate in an environment where people are hamstrung from participating in the regulation. Right. How many Nigerians can afford to build a refinery, even if it is to process 5,000 barrels a day? Okay. So you've not deregulated in an environment where there is no access to credit from our commercial banks. 2, the participation of those, the interminable delay and gradual dereliction of our refineries, four major refineries in Nigeria, by the federal government that continues to invest money in it as the shortest corridor to their private interest.
Let me move on and take some contributions from our listener this morning. So I see a message here. They just said, thanks for your good job in informing Nigerians. 8:24 a.m. this message dropped. You didn't say your name, but I say thank you. Okay? 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hello, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I greet everybody in the studio.
Hello.
I cannot afford anymore. The former governor of River State. This one, I want to tell my former governor that let him come out and apologize to Nigeria by telling Nigeria he went around that he still says to tell Nigeria that they should vote for Muhammadu Buhari, the former president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Jonathan does nothing to him. He kicked against Jonathan, and Jonathan is not good. The government of Jonathan is thinking actually to Nigeria that they should not vote for Jonathan anymore because of his personal aggrandizement. Now it's coming out to tell Nigeria again that you should come out and protest. Let him come out and lead the protest. Let him apologize to Nigeria that their party, APC, have finished in Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much, Frank, for contributing. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and members of the panel. Senate in emergency closed-door session, okay, to step in the right direction because local government allocation will be directly sent to the accounts of the local government and it will fast forward payment of staff salary in time. This will also bring some development. Shows that the more you try to understand the activities of the NNPCL, the more confused you get. It's a body of secrecy and something. Simply goodness from Alakaya. Yes, he sent in that one. 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Give Joseph, the new commissioner of police, telling me that they will investigate the burning of the LG secretariats. Nothing will come out. Just imagine the Minister of Health could not answer questions being thrown at him, but he kept dancing it. That's okay. Okay. So that's the country we are. Bad things are being covered. All right. Thank you, Gift Joseph, for reaching out. If Big King, why is Amechi not able to buy diesel anymore? He was Speaker of the State Assembly 8 years, State Governor 8 years, was Buhari's Minister 6 years. What happened to all the money and wealth he accumulated over the years in political positions? Nigerians are suffering today because Amechi was one of those who imposed Buhari on them. Big King sent in that one. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Morning.
Good morning, House.
Oh.
Kelly, for the information I want to discuss, I want to withhold my name, please. I want to talk about the petroleum wahala we are having. I'm trying to imagine how the oil and gas producers can cut down on the cost of production for us to have lower cost of byproduct of oil and gas. Imagine like a facility presently that is producing 1.350 billion scoff. Mark my word, 1.350 billion scoff. Standard cubic feet of gas per day. As I'm talking to you, is on shutdown. It's been on shutdown for 3 weeks. What is the cost of gas in Nigeria as I speak? Because that facility is on shutdown, on around maintenance. All costs paid in US, in USD.
Okay.
All costs paid in USD. In hundreds of millions of dollars. It's on shutdown now. Who pays? Federal government. Now when this is produced, it produces 1.350 billion scoff per day, 90,000 barrels of oil per day. It's shut in now. It's been shut in for 3 weeks. And then we need to supply this to Dangote if we produce. We can supply at the rate of, at Nigeria's rate.
All right.
in USD.
Okay.
But then, the cost of production, you know how much it took to build that refinery.
All right, thank you. Your information is valuable, but we don't have the time, sadly. Today, 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning to you, sir. Please go on.
And my greetings to Amupu Senibon, Ogo Brown there.
Good morning.
Kelly, concerning the Amici said he cannot afford to buy diesel. I listened to him. He did not say he could not afford to buy diesel. He said, what about the mothers that doesn't have a child like him that will provide diesel? Not for him not to buy diesel. He can afford it. He said, for me, I can afford it. But how about those women that doesn't have a child like me that have money to provide for them? How would they feel? How would they cope? So that's what I heard from him yesterday, and I listened to his interview. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank God for technology at this age. I know that your radio is still on, eh? Listen.
Yeah, I've said it several times. You can't see a group of people stealing your money, impoverishing you. You can't buy fuel, you can't buy anything, nothing. And then you'll say, look at what happened in Lagos. Should any politician be campaigning in Lagos? People should be angry. That should be protest, not even protest of against anybody, it's against politicians. We will not vote for the election in our state. That's what people should be saying. Because the rate of hunger now, if people like us can't afford diesel, you can imagine what's happening to my mother. Okay, but not my mother, but I will defend my mother. Those who don't have children like us. Name one politician that is in the space in Port Harcourt.
Do I need to play it again?
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me read some more. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Welcome. Please go on quickly.
Issue of increasing pump fuel is normal. Where was the name Dangote is for petrol sector in this country? Nigeria should expect to buy 3,500 in the next 6-7 months. That is where we are. We don't understand Dangote because his heat is not hurting some of us. But today now in general, everybody will perceive Dangote name on his stomach very soon.
All right, that's the point you wanted to make. A few more. Kelly, good morning. Please, I know the people that killed Ospak Vigilante in Eche. You must guarantee my safety. We're not the ones investigating it now. You can send a coded message to the police now. You can send a coded message to the police.
And you didn't call for those who know to report to you.
No.
Judicial panel.
Judicial panel. They should announce ways that people can discreetly drop some of this
people
report
like
now.
this. People like this who have information. Huh?
Yes. Gift from Obiakpo. I laugh at the pretentious actions of the police over the burning of the LG secretariats. National, state, and LGA elections are products of the Constitution, Supreme Court judgment. How will a judge give rulings that is against the Constitution and the Supreme Court? What is the name? Gift Obiakpo. Thank you. 11:21. Kelly, it is crazy and wicked for this regime through the NNPCL in order to continue maintaining the inflow of petroleum products from the alleged refineries abroad, have dashed the expected respite from Dangote refinery and even continue frustrating the commitment of the government refineries operations. Is it not deceitful that in spite of the billions Tinubu claim he has been saving from subsidy removal, he's still borrowing billions of dollars? You sent in that one. The demand by NNPCL for the reversal of fuel hike is a big joke. Demand. Okay, NLC. My mistake. NLC has reduced itself to a barking dog that can bite. Otherwise, they have the compelling instrument of strike to call any government to order. Mr. Lucky, you sent in that one. Good morning. My name is Frank from Port Harcourt. Amechi should lead the protest. Okay. Matthew from Transamadi on the visit of the Commissioner of Police to the burnt secretariat in Ikwere. Let me pray that you have the endurance to read my message. It's not so bad. To read my message. Of recent, you hardly get to the end of my message. I don't get to the end of a lot of messages. I just take the first part and I move on. Okay? The CP made mention of the probe panel, and the question is, what happens when a panel probes the sales of Rivers assets by Amechi's administration to fund Buhari's presidential ambitions? This is why he wanted me to get to the end of it. Good morning, Kelly, and the panelists. The MPF, River State, to probe post-election crisis in River State. The statement is mere talk and rhetorics. Nothing will come out of it. Gbemi Abloma, the last one here. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. There is no democracy in Nigeria. The country is currently under lease, but many of us are not yet aware. Mr. Edward Okajile sent in that one. Can I do 111 from Facebook and X? Just 1123. Let me see if I can take 111. So now you beg the app to open quickly. All right. Ifeanyi Fred, what are the police investigating, and what is the state government setting up something they know the people behind? Police and state government will do nothing. Believe me, this is Nigeria. Nothing is happening. And then on opinion poll, the fuel situation, inseparable with the truth. If not for the desperation for corruption, how on earth does the exclusive purchase agreement align with the regulation? However, they are still winning the fight because they are making it look as though imported PMS is cheaper than locally refined crude. What a mystery. All right, thank you for reaching out as well. Facebook, we can do 3 now from Facebook. Let's begin with Real Talk. Looking for those that sent earliest. Okwando Bina, what's the difference between the police and perpetrators of this heinous crime? This is pure pretense from the police. They are just acting a script. Nothing will come out. All right, thank you, Okwando Bina there. On opinion poll, I'm looking for the earliest. Chile Edwin is the earliest here. It's expected that this will continue to happen until things get itself adjusted. And this is not about Tinubu, but because of the Petroleum Industry Act signed by PMB, which is the best way to go, but not without the necessary sacrifices that comes with it. And then Belma Fibika wasn't about the same time. This is the worst kind of government that is filled with enough hike of food and material woes. All right. And then general posts, just 2. All right. Dr. Mrs. Inma Libera from Iwere, why all these fuel increments? What does this government intends to achieve? Have they come to kill and destroy? Why punish the masses like this? What have we done to deserve all these sufferings and excruciating pains? And then the last one, Amity Prince, only one Nigerian university appear among first 1,000 world ranking. Okay, 100, not 1,000. We have come to that point where all well-meaning Nigerians need to stand up and rescue Nigeria from the hands of Tinubu. Since he assumed office, Nigeria has been relegated to the last position in all aspects. All right. We have to go, sadly. But let me say thank you to panelists that made the time. Thank goodness for Arumo Siro that is better today. I'm happy. It made it easier for them to get here, which makes me all the more happier. Dr. C.J. Chinwo is a legal practitioner, public affairs analyst living in Nigeria. Doctor, thank you.
Well, Kelly, thank you very much. But let me please use this opportunity once more. I told Amopo Senebo, I complimented him when he came in. But let me say it in public, because his life has been an inspiration to some of us.
Thank you.
I was in the university in 1982, in my year 1, when he was chairman of NUJ. He could make out time to come and talk to us and discuss public issues. Several years, over 40 years after, he still has this humility and grace to sit down with us and discuss issues, because we are in a society where those who knew the truth give up when it becomes very convenient and they enjoy it. So, Elder, we're very grateful to you, sir.
My pleasure and my duty.
We're learning a lot from you.
Wow.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Abu Sadebo Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO Grain Consulting. Thank you, sir.
Our dear listeners and fellow Nigerians, the challenge of today is for us to build a country that will serve our interests and to preserve a future that we will be proud of.
All right.
It is our duty to join hands as stakeholders in professional groups, in student groups, in business groups, to fight for that to happen. The government will not listen to you as individuals, but as groups, we can bring about the change we desire.
Thank you, sir. Comrade Ruben Izu Jr., a public affairs analyst, chairman, NDNF NDNAF, River State Chapter, and a voice for Ngeni Kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Always a pleasure. And to our listeners out there, please always take the positive part of all our analysis, and then on the face currently of the current situation in the country, always stay positive and remain non-violent in every approach of life.
All right. Ward Chimene Esquire, legal advisor, special advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage South-South Zone, a temple chief, and a voice for Para Kingdom, Obiakpo people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me advise the people of River State. Let us know that in building a nation, then we have to be patriotic. And we equally understand that this is our nation. This is the only place we stay. Where they call Egypt in those days, we are built by leaders like Anwar Sadat, who said to be patriotic. I enjoin every Nigerian to know that we are all stakeholders to this project called Nigeria.
Thank you. And our in-house analyst, Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. Always be peaceful in your actions so that indeed people will always be surviving from actions of people.
That's our show. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Stay with us. Entertainment today from 11:30 a.m. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history. Today in history, 10th October. In 1911, the Wuchang Uprising began in China, leading to the fall of the Qing dynasty and the establishment of the Republic of China. In 1963, the U.S. signed a nuclear test ban treaty with the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom, prohibiting atmospheric nuclear tests. In 1995, the Million Man March, a gathering of African American men advocating for social change, took place in Washington, D.C. In 2000, the United States Navy destroyer USS Cole was attacked by suicide bombers in Yemen, killing 17 American sailors. In 2006, North Korea announced it had conducted its first nuclear test, causing international condemnation and heightened tensions. In 2010, the 33 miners trapped in San Jose's copper gold mine in Chile were finally rescued after being trapped underground for 69 days. In 2020, Nigeria's End SARS protests against police brutality gained momentum, leading to widespread demonstrations across the country. On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza. After Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
So fresh, so clean. Love me in and out. I'm feeling lean. And I'll be down now. Anytime you call me. Because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. Yeah, you know I run and I run and I run and I run. Fly in the sky in the night. Hold me in your arms and your love and your light. I'm on your wave right now. I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. I'm on your vibe now. You got me on your side now. Yeah, I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. If not you, then I don't wanna know. I don't want a story. Day and night is unconditional. Got me leaning softly. Yeah, yeah. Don't me judge, don't me tender. You know you love turn me up like never. Anything you want and I'ma do whatever. Because I love and I love and I love and I love you only. Because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. Yeah, you know I run and I run and I run and I run. Fly in the sky in the night. Hold me in your arms and your love and your light. I'm on your wave right now. I'm on your wave right now. I'm on your vibe now. You got me on your side now. Yeah, I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. Said don't me judge, don't me tender.
For a perfect vibe every day, I mean Monday to Friday, weekday rather, then you should be listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Today is Thursday, October 10, 2024. My name is Queen Chima. How are you doing? You know, I would never fail to ask you this question. I hope you're good. Well, as much as there are a lot of things that could make you not good, try your best. At least it should be said that you've done enough to feel better. It's just about smiling and hoping for the best. On Entertainment Today, we get into entertainment stories here on Today 95.1 FM, from the news to gist to gossips, rumors from the foreign scene and here in Africa, particularly Nigeria. And then we'll begin today with the news. Well, Diddy, shocking news claims that Diddy and his legal team believe that the federal government orchestrated the leak of the Cassie beating video to the media. Well, according to new legal document obtained by TMZ, Diddy's attorneys accused the federal government of misconduct in his criminal case, namely by allegedly orchestrating the leak of the Cassie tape to CNN. Well, the video in question is from 2016 and it shows Diddy brutally beating Cassie in the hallway of a swanky Los Angeles hotel during their relationship. In the documents, Diddy is specifically blaming the Department of Homeland Security, not the U.S. Attorney's Office. Diddy's lawyers claim the day CNN published the Cassie video, May 17, a correspondent from the network contacted a member of Diddy's team to seek comment on a video they intended to publish in a few hours, with the correspondent indicating CNN came across a video and currently have in our possession surveillance footage from the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles in 2016. His attorneys say after being approached by CNN, they emailed the prosecutors assigned to Diddy's case and told them they had gotten word CNN had been giving a videotape of the Intercontinental Hotel from 2016 and told prosecutors, "My concern is that someone, not any of you and not the lead case agents, provided this footage to CNN. I bring this to your attention solely because I imagine you didn't want this to happen any more than I do." But Diddy's lawyers say that after CNN released the video on May 17, an assistant United States attorney assigned to the case responded, "We really appreciate you giving us a heads up. We have now seen the video." His attorneys say that DHS is likely the source of the leak for a few reasons, pointing out DHS agents were often quoted in news stories about the Diddy's raids and investigation. Diddy's legal team also says that Cassie was likely not a source of the leak because her lawsuit against Diddy didn't make it seem like she had the tape and she had no motive to leak it to the press. Diddy's mother and his twin daughters visited him behind bars in Brooklyn, and the visit was so compelling for his mom, she broke her silence on her son's legal troubles. Well, sources close to the situation tells TMZ that Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, and his teenage twin daughters, Delilah and Jessie, spent time with him last week at the Metropolitan Detention Center. We're told the four family members went to a visit in the area where they were able to hug and converse under supervision by jail staff. Sources say that the meeting was the first time Delilah and Jessie were able to see their father since his arrest last month, and they were very eager to visit him, traveling all the way from their home in California. We're told the visit was incredibly emotional for everyone, and after seeing her son, Janice felt compelled to speak out on his behalf because she felt like he was going through something he didn't deserve. Reports says that Janice issued a statement Sunday saying in part, "To bear witness to what seems like a public lynching of my son before he has had the opportunity to prove his innocence is a pain too unbearable to put in words." Janice also said her son is not the monster they have painted him to be. Diddy, we're told, has now seen all of his adult children at MDC Brooklyn, where he's being held as he awaits trial on charges of sex trafficking, kidnapping, and racketeering, where he's pleaded not guilty. Well, Jay-Z and Beyonce are livid at Piers Morgan for airing an interview with some vague but serious allegations against them, and their attorney is questioning Piers' ethics. Well, the Carter's attorney, Alex Spiro, joined on TMZ yesterday Wednesday, where he was asked about Jay-Z's and Beyonce's response to Piers' show Uncensored broadcasting an interview with Jaguar Wright, who claimed the couple had more victims than Diddy. Alex says Piers was exploiting the rumor mill by allowing these false allegations to hit the airwaves, and he says he gave Piers an ultimatum to remove the claims and apologize or face a court order to take the interview down.
You that somebody comes on a show and then kind of levels these vague-ish allegations. Were you kind of ready for something like this to eventually happen?
Listen, there's rumors and then there's nonsense, and this is one step further, right? This is a pointed and formal accusation of something, and I felt it needed to be responded to. So I think somebody reported it was a cease and desist. It wasn't that. It was quite bluntly an ultimatum, which is remove that false accusation that's demonstrably false, or a court's going to order you to. And so I think he made the wise choice and acted accordingly.
He meaning Piers Morgan.
Removing it and apologizing for it, yes. What changed here in my mind is that somebody on a so-called journalistic platform exploited that kind of random rumor mill, whether it's disconnected from reality or what have you, and lifted it up. And by doing that, you know, they not only caused harm here, but they are also droning out the voices of real victims. And by doing that to get clicks, it didn't just harm the Carters. What he did effectively was to drone out the voices of actual victims in an ongoing case, in an ongoing investigation. And that was too much for me.
Are you in the process of making sure that it is taken down everywhere?
What I am here to say is that in a situation as serious as this, somebody who puts themselves out as a journalist should not effectively take advantage of the situation and exploit somebody in this way. And so that's the real reason for it.
Well, in a similar development, Piers Morgan has apologized to Jay-Z and Beyonce after a guest on his show Uncensored made allegations they said they were totally false. Well, last week he interviewed the singer Jaguar Wright about Sean Diddy Combs' recent arrest. She said on the show she had been screaming that Diddy and Jay-Z are monsters for 4 years. Morgan said on Tuesday that he had been contacted by Jay-Z and Beyonce's lawyers, who said the claims were totally false and have no basis in fact. The former Good Morning Britain host said Wright would have voiced her opinions regardless of appearing on the show, saying the reality of the modern world is that pretty much everyone had a platform as long as they have something to say that other people want to hear. He added that that's why we invited Wright on to be interviewed. The people making these claims have an audience with or without shows like mine. But Morgan said that now he had heard from the couple's lawyers, they would edit Wright's allegations out of the show. He then offered a direct apology, saying editing interviews is not something we do lightly at a show called Uncensored. But like the proverbial crisis of fire in a crowded theater, there are legal limits on us too, and we apologize to Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I unexpectedly made several serious allegations about Jay-Z and Beyonce during that interview. As I said in the moment, they were not present to respond or defend themselves, but now they have. Editing interviews is not something we do lightly at a show called Uncensored. But, like the proverbial cries of fire in a crowded theatre, there are legal limits on us too. And we apologise to Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Wright has collaborated with hip-hop group The Roots and appeared as a backing singer for Jay-Z. She's taken grievance with several industry figures in the past using her own social media channels. She was invited by Morgan to speak about the ongoing legal action against Mr. Combs, who was arrested last month on charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. He denies criminal wrongdoing and is currently in custody after being denied bail. Morgan's show is on every platform after leaving Talk TV in the UK earlier this year. Well, still on the news, where Dr. Dre keeps threatening his renowned psychiatrist to the point where the guy feels he needs to wear a bulletproof vest, at least according to a new lawsuit the doctor filed. Dre is being sued by Dr. Charles Sophie, a psychiatrist who says he provided Dre and his ex-wife Nicole therapy and marriage counseling sessions during their union before staying on to act as a mediator during their divorce. According to the lawsuit obtained by TMZ, Sophie claims Dre started bombarding him with abusive and threatening text messages 14 months after divorce was finalized. Sophie claims Dre is falsely accusing him of encouraging a third party to badmouth Dre in the media during the divorce proceedings, and he says the threats reached a head when Dre sent associates disguised as FBI agents to his gated community to track him down. In the document, Sophie claims Dre's called him names over text and threatened to make you pay for that. Sophie claims Dre started harassing him over text in February 2023, and shortly after, Sophie says Dre hired some men to impersonate FBI agents in order to gain access to his home to threaten his physical safety and send a message. Since the alleged incident, Sophie claims he's had to beef up security at home and he doesn't leave the house unless he's wearing a bulletproof vest and cap. Sophie is suing Dre for $10 million, and he also wants an order requiring Dre to stay 100 yards away from him. Drake Hodgeston Days of Our Lives actor's cause of death revealed. Days of Our Lives actor Drake Hodgeston's official cause of death has been confirmed as pancreatic cancer. Well, according to documents obtained by TMZ, the LA Medical Examiner's report states that pancreatic cancer was the immediate cause of his death. Other significant conditions contributing to his death, but not directly causing it, including vomiting, dehydration, and whole body toxicity. The report also reveals that Drake family funeral home in Simi Valley. As previously reported, the beloved soap star died in late September at the age of 70, with his family sharing the heartbreaking news on Instagram. Drake was a Days of Our Lives legend, first appearing as John Black in 1986 and starring in more than 4,200 episodes of the iconic soap opera. Well, Lil Baby will not be prosecuted after being arrested in Sin City and charged with carrying a concealed firearm without a permit. According to new legal documents obtained by TMZ, the felony charge the rapper was facing as a result of his August arrest has been dropped. The documents make it look like the Clark County District Attorney is declining to press charges. Well, the story broke that Lil Baby was busted after cops claimed they saw video of him being passed a gun inside Encore Las Vegas. Police showed up and the resort investigated and arrested the rapper. At the time of his arrest, Lil Baby claimed he had a permit from the state of Georgia for concealed carry, but report says that Nevada doesn't recognize concealed carry permits from Georgia. It looks like it's all water under the bridge, and Lil Baby's looking like the rare Vegas winner. In the statement, Lil Baby's lawyer Drew Findling and David Chesnoff said, "We'll let the court record speak for itself." Eurovision winner Nemo has said that the song contest organizers didn't do enough to support participants who were caught up in a row over Israel's inclusion in this year's show. "I felt very alone," the Swiss singer 25 told BBC News. "I really hope they have things in place for the next year." Nemo, who has just released their first single since winning the contest in May, added that the event had in a way been overshadowed by the political controversy. The European Broadcasting Union, which runs Eurovision, said it had introduced changes that would provide more clarity and protection for artists at future contests. In the build-up to this year's Eurovision, there were calls for Israel to be banned from the competition over the country's military action in Gaza and pro-Palestinian protests on the streets of Swedish host city Malmö. Some contestants, including Nemo, came under pressure to boycott the show, while Israel's entrant Eden Golan reportedly faced death threats. Nemo, who is non-binary and uses they-them pronouns, has since got a record deal and was speaking to BBC News after their new track, Eurostar, was released. Reflecting on their experiences during Eurovision, Nemo described the atmosphere backstage as quite tense. There were situations that are still being investigated by the EBU, they said. They told us they would get back to us and they haven't yet. It's a shame that the EBU takes so long, in my honest opinion, he said. When asked if the organizers did enough to support contestants at the time, they paused before answering. "No, I don't think so," they said, "because I sometimes felt very alone with a lot of things, or at least with the other artists, and it took long for them to get back to artists when they wrote to them." Well, still on the news, but in Nigeria, Nigerian rapper Sydney Esiri, popularly known as Dr. Sid, has revealed the reasons behind his relocation to the United States in the year 2023. Dr. Sid disclosed his motivation in an interview on the No Man's Friend podcast, stating that he left the shores of Nigeria for Houston, Texas, after obtaining employment in a company based in New York that demands working remotely, among other things. "I moved to Houston, Texas last year. I got a job in a company in New York and they offered me the opportunity to move to the state and work remotely in any state of my choice. I have family in Houston. My best friends live here, so living in Houston was an easy choice," he said. The singer added that "I have been working on gaming tournaments, game development and education training for the last year and a half." Dr. Sid's music career started as a choreographer in Tribe Records in 1999. He experienced an upward career trajectory where he recorded his first album titled Turning Point under the Mo Hits Records in 2009. Well, Nigerian singer and songwriter Ira Star and South African artist Tyler leading the African nominees at the 2024 MTV Europe Music Awards EMAs with 4 nominations each. The full nominees list was released by the organizers Paramount International Network. Ira Star was nominated for Best African Act, Best Push, Best Afrobeats and Best New Artist, while Tyler secured nods in Best African Act, Best R&B, Best New and Best Afrobeat categories. They're joined by other talented African artists, including Burna Boy, Rema, Thames, and Ashake, who are also vying for awards in various categories. Taylor Swift leads the nominations with 7. The awards ceremony will take place on November 10, 2024 in Manchester, United Kingdom. The Nigeria Film Corporation, NFC, has acknowledged the receipt of 3,120 submissions for this year's Zuma International Film Festival, ZUF. NFC said it received submissions from Nigeria, Iran, India, the United States, Spain and France ahead of the 14th edition of the film festival scheduled to hold from December 1 to 5 in Abuja. The corporation announced the submissions while addressing reporters during the unveiling of ZUF logo and the theme Digital Renaissance, Embracing the Future yesterday in Abuja. At the pre-event media briefing, NFC's Managing Director, Chief Executive Dr. Ali Nuhu said the Zuma International Film Festival is more than an event. It is a movement that promotes Nigeria's cultural and creative economy. The festival creates jobs, empowers youth and fosters collaborations across borders. This year, we highlight the transformative power of digital technology in filmmaking with over 3,120 film submissions from countries including Nigeria, Iran, India, the USA, Spain, and France. The NFC boss announced that renowned filmmaker and actress Stephanie Okereke-Linus would be a member of the jury along with other distinguished film experts. Art and Tourism Minister Hannatu Musawa said the film festival is a pivotal moment for the creative ecosystem. She said the Vice President Kashim Shettima will deliver the keynote lecture at this year's Zuma International NFC Annual Film Festival. The lecture, titled Digital Ecosystem, Redefining African Cinema, will explore how digital solutions are transforming the film industry by driving wealth generation and regional trade. It aims to position Nigeria not just as Africa's creative hub, but also as a global cultural force. This is a pivotal moment for Nigeria's creative and cultural industries. The world is increasingly captivated by our talent and our stories, and the Vice President's lecture will address the crucial role of the digital ecosystem in revitalizing African cinema. The Nigerian government is creating an enabling environment through supportive policies, international agreements, and digital platforms. While the minister expressed gratitude to the Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike and the Minister of State Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bonkare for their continued collaboration with the NFC in hosting the Zuma International Film Festival, Abuja is becoming the cultural and creative heart of the country, she said. Well, that's it on the news on entertainment today. I get into some gist and gossips going on around here in the country and stories from your faves just shortly. Yes, it's entertainment today on Today95.1 FM. All right, media personality, Nigeria media personality Toke Makinwa has taken to social media to discuss an issue affecting female friendships. Well, the sharing of personal information between friends and their significant others. Well, she says that I've got something very important to say, but ladies, I am going to eat you up on this video because it's very important. So follow me as I go. My best friend contract is with you and I, not you plus your significant other. It breaks my heart to see female friendships hit the rocks because of this mistake that a lot of us women make. Well, Makinwa emphasized the need for women to protect their friends even from their own partners. Well, she says that I understand that he's your guy and you guys are best friends and he has to know everything that's going on. But if you love your friends and you cherish your friendship, I believe protecting them should come second to none, including that man, she explained. She added, if your best friend confides in you about something that she's going through or something that's happening in her life, maybe about you and her, your husband or boyfriend should not be privy to that information. Why? Because he's not her best friend. Well, she pointed out that when a friend confides in someone about personal struggles, be it relationship issues or life challenges, those details should remain private. All right, several reactions to the video that she made, with a lot of females supporting what she said about keeping your best friend's contracts and talks about their life personal to you and not talking to your partners about it. And to wrap up entertainment today, there are reports that Darlington Okoye, known as Speed Darlington, has been released on bail from police custody after spending 5 days in detention. Initially, there were rumors that Burna Boy was responsible for his arrest, especially after Speed Darlington made a video where he said that he alleged that Burna Boy had probably won the Grammy because he had affiliations with Sean Diddy Combs, asking Burna Boy to make explanations. Well, his mother later came apologizing to Burna Boy and begging Nigerians to tell Burna Boy to release him. Well, Deji Adeyanju, the human rights lawyer, confirmed that he was arrested in Lagos last Friday and then transferred to Abuja, where he had been detained. Well, there are reports that Speed Darlington has been released. Thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. I hope that you have yourself a fantastic day. My name is Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We're not just a station.
We are the station.
Today, 95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history. Today in history, 10th October. In 1911, the Wuchang Uprising began in China, leading to the fall of the Qing dynasty and the establishment of the Republic of China. In 1963, the U.S. signed a nuclear test ban treaty with the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom, prohibiting atmospheric nuclear tests. In 1995, the Million Man March, a gathering of African American men advocating for social change, took place in Washington, D.C. In 2000, the United States Navy destroyer USS Cole was attacked by suicide bombers in Yemen, killing 17 American sailors. In 2006, North Korea announced it had conducted its first nuclear test, causing international condemnation and heightened tensions. In 2010, the 33 miners trapped in San Jose's copper gold mine in Chile were finally rescued after being trapped underground for 69 days. In 2020, Nigeria's End SARS protests against police brutality gained momentum, leading to widespread demonstrations across the country. On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Federal government secures loans worth $6.45 billion from World Bank. Senate reviews plan to tackle airlines running multiple routes with 3 aircraft. And on the foreign scene, Taiwanese president promised to resist encroachment from China. Now, the detail. The Tinubu-led government has secured loans worth $6.45 billion from the World Bank. The amount increased to the new figure following the recent approval of the 3 new loans totaling $1.57 billion from the World Bank for various projects in Nigeria and is expected to increase further in the coming months. This was as the international lender approved no fewer than 36 loan requests to the federal government, amounting to a substantial total of $24.088 billion within 5 years. These approvals aimed at financing various development projects nationwide. The federal government has advised Nigerians to be cautious about the source of their drinking water. It called for immediate and concerted efforts to tackle the nation's worsening water crisis. Well, the government said there is an urgent need to protect drinking water sources and improve access to clean water and sanitation. The acting executive director of the Nigeria Integrated Water Resources Management Mission, Sakinatu Jimeta, gave the caution at a workshop on access to clean water and improved sanitation. Jimeta warned that over 57% of Nigerians were forced to rely on untreated water sources, exposing them to serious health risks. The Nigeria Labour Congress has criticized the recent hike in the price of premium motor spirits, popularly known as petrol, nationwide. The union also demanded an immediate reversal of the hike while accusing the government of only focusing on fuel price increments. The NLC, in a statement signed by its president, Joe Ajaero, called on the government to inform Nigerians of the destination it plans to take the country to. Ajaero also criticized the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, for the increment. The NNPCL raised the retail price of petrol to 1,030 naira from 897 naira per litre across some of its retail outlets in Abuja. The new price being the second increase in 1 month after it earlier increased prices from 617 naira per litre to 897 naira per litre in September, represents a 14.8% rise. Well, moving on, the chairman Senate's Committee on Aviation, Senator Fatia Buhari, has said that the Senate is working on a bill that will regulate the activities of airlines in the country. The lawmaker said the Senate is seeking to reduce the number of routes supplied by airlines operating with 3 or fewer aircraft. He said though many operators were kicking against the move, but prayed that the bill scale through in the interest of the flying public. He stressed that the bitter experiences of passengers are mainly because Nigerian airlines have refused to code share. Buhari stated this in Lagos during the Southwest Regional Air Transportation Summit 2024 with the theme Repositioning the Nigerian Aviation Industry for Financial Capability and Economic Viability, hosted by the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has met with the new American ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills. Tajuddin, who received Mills and U.S. embassy officials, called for stronger ties and better cooperation between Nigeria and the United States. The special advisor on media and publicity to the Speaker, Musa Krishi, disclosed this in a statement. Earlier, Ambassador Mills said the visit was to talk to the Speaker about his priorities and those of the House. The Nigerian Army says the immediate past commander of the 3 Brigade in Kano, Brigadier General M.A. Sadiq, is being probed over administrative discrepancies in the northwestern state. Reports emerged yesterday that the general was being detained in Abuja over allegations of theft and mismanagement of palliatives. Sadiq allegedly diverted rice palliatives from the defense headquarters intended for soldiers under his command. But clarifying that in a statement, Army spokesman Major General Nyema Nwachukwu said that the senior officer has been relieved of command to ensure a thorough investigation. The ruling on a fresh bail application filed by the detained executive of Binance Holdings Limited, Tigran Gambrian, has suffered setback due to absence of Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court, Abuja. The matter, which was fixed for a ruling on his bail request, could not proceed yesterday as Justice Nwite was said to have gone for the ongoing seminar at the National Judicial Institute in Abuja. The ruling was subsequently fixed for tomorrow. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying with us on the rest of our stories. A federal high court in Lagos has struck out a case by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria challenging the implementation of the Band A electricity tariff review by the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company and 11 others. A statement by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission today stated that the judgment was delivered on Monday. In the judgment, the court was said to have considered all the parties' arguments and ruled that man's suit was an abuse of the court process, being premature and without due regard to the provisions of Section 51 of the Electricity Act 2023. The court also held that man's case disclosed no reasonable cause of action, stressing that it had not exhausted the dispute resolution mechanism. The NERC also stated that the court ruled that the suit was not instituted with due process of law and consequently struck out the case. The investigative police officer attached to the anti-cultism unit of the River State Police Command, Inspector Stephen Intibwowe, has reiterated that Sonai Bari Saa collaborated with General Confidence Kirini, also known as General Ila, in the murder of pharmacist Mwenalo Sunday in Zapo community. Inspector Intibwowe stated this during his testimony in court, maintaining that Saa was among those who mutilated the victim by cutting his manhood and other body parts for personal gain. The inspector further testified that the third defendant was also involved in the murder of Sunday. He claimed the group extorted a ransom of only 10,000 naira after harvesting the victim's organs and disposing of his body in a well within a forest in the area. Following the prosecution witnesses' testimony, the trial judge, Justice Augusta Kingsley Chukwu, adjourned the case to November 14th and 20th, 2024 for the final prosecution witness. It has been over 5 years since Sunday was allegedly murdered, and the four accused individuals, Confidence Kirini, also known as General Ila, Precious Muna, Loveday Lega, and Soni Bari Saa, continue to face charges of murder, cultism, kidnapping, and illegal possession of firearms. The Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria, OSN, River State Chapter, has highlighted the significant impact of poor vision on the growth and development of children, emphasizing the need to raise global awareness about children's eye health. Speaking in commemoration of World Sight Day, observed annually on the second Thursday of October and under the theme, Children, Love Your Eyes, Dr. Goswill Nathaniel, chairman of the OSN in River State, stressed that poor vision in children can lead to underperformance in school and social neglect. Dr. Nathaniel underscored the importance of focusing on children's eyes health to address the root causes of vision problems. Speaking in an interview with Today FM, Dr. Nathaniel noted that the global prevalence of blindness alongside its economic impact makes World Sight Day a vital occasion, stating that approximately 45 million people worldwide are blind, while over 246 million individuals suffer from visual impairment.
It's necessary to also focus on the children because poor vision has a lot of impacts on the growth and development of children, and therefore it is very necessary to draw attention of the world towards the eye health of children. Many children may not do well in school if they have poor vision, and so many of them are also neglected. So it is imperative that attention should be focused on children. It is very necessary to commemorate World Sight Day because if we look at the global prevalence of blindness and low vision and the impacts they have on the economy of the world generally, you will know that it is necessary to draw attention to eye health.
The OSN State Chairman, Dr. Nathaniel, expressed concern that other pressing public health issues have diverted the attention of government and non-governmental organizations from eye health resulting in limited access to quality eye care. He also highlighted the economic challenges faced by patients with severe eye conditions and called for greater public support for eye care initiatives, particularly from NGOs as seen in developed countries.
There are other competing public health issues that are taking the attention of government and non-governmental agencies, and therefore many persons cannot access quality eye health, and they are somehow neglected also. And when they have problems, they don't know where to go. For those who have conditions that they have to be on treatment almost for the rest of their life, like glaucoma, they need eye drops. The problem of getting this eye drop will be a challenge. In a month, an individual may spend maybe up to 40,000, 50,000 just on eye drops for glaucoma, and therefore it is necessary to perhaps solicit for support from public spirited individual NGOs to support in eye care.
The Forum of Concerned and Patriotic Ex-Governorship Candidates of Rivers State has condemned the recent attacks on several local governments in the state, which led to burning of 3 local government council secretariats. In an emergency meeting held on October 7, the forum denounced the disruptive and vindictive targeting of Governor Siminalayi Fubara and expressed its unwavering support for his administration. The forum also praised the governor's foresight and swift action in inaugurating the newly elected council chairman on Sunday. In a statement signed by its chairman, Professor O.T. Gillis-Harry, Secretary Chinedum David Godwin, and Publicity Secretary D.K. Richard, the forum highlighted that the governor's decisive measures helped mitigate further loss of lives and property, particularly at the affected local government secretariats. The group called on President Bola Tinubu to address the conduct of one of his ministers, whose reckless statements threatening to set fire to all PDP states have allegedly contributed to the tragic events. It also demanded the immediate dismissal of the Inspector General of Police, citing a failure to provide adequate security for the secretariats, while also urging the people of Rivers State to reject the rising tide of politically motivated crisis that threatened the socio-economic and political progress of the state under Governor Fubara's leadership. The forum extended its support to the newly elected local government chairman and encouraged them to stand firm and take full charge of their councils. On the foreign scene, Taiwan's President William Lai Ching-te has said he will stand against any attempt at annexation or encroachment into the island's territory. Addressing the island's 23 million people, Lai began his first National Day speech by expressing his pride in Taiwan's democracy. He said their democracy is growing and thriving, stressing that the People's Republic of China has no right to represent the people of Taiwan. He said Taiwanese people were able to work together despite disagreement and urged them to look to the future. Lai promised to uphold the commitment to resist annexation or encroachment on their sovereignty. In sports, Greek football has expressed shock over the death of Panathinaikos and Greece international player George Baldock. The 31-year-old English-born right-back, a former Sheffield United stalwart in the Premier League, was found dead yesterday evening in a swimming pool at his home in the southern Athens suburb of Glyfada. His family in a statement confirmed that George sadly passed away, as he expressed terrible loss. News of Baldock's death dominated social media, with the top flight Super League and clubs sending condolences. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has secured a loan worth $6.45 billion from the World Bank in 16 months. We told you that the Senate has revealed plans to tackle airlines running multiple routes with 3 aircraft. And on the foreign scene, you heard that Taiwanese president has promised to resist encroachment into the island's territory by Chinese government. That was the news, is edited by Sandra Kenneth. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM with Target, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Happy birthday, Chief of Staff.
We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Chief of Staff Right Honorable Barrister Edison Ehe, PhD, DSSRS. As you celebrate yet another eventful year in your life, on behalf of my family, I, Engineer Lucky Opo, heartily congratulate you. In the times ahead, I pray God to continue to grant you longevity, good health, courage, and wisdom as you serve our dear Executive Governor, Sir Simonalai Fubara, DSSRS, and Rivers people with utmost humility and love. Congratulations! Congratulations! And this is signed by Engineer Lucky Opo for and on behalf of my family.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Seeking itself, Sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices where near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quantly correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they will not they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food gram as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. When don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
All right, all you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
See, ma tell you, that man na ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time na black, blue. That man na ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so them behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time you go they change car. But I don't they observe and since.
I don't dey there.
Now for you.
But me I know say, you know people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get me anybody fit tell me 9 drunk.
What is it with all the hate and the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your
voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We're not just a station.
We are the station.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people. What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, and entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Josue Ibrahim Yusuf is my name. On the program today, we cannot really stop talking about how to make our security situation better in Nigeria. So we go continue our conversation about the Nigerian Police Act 2020. We go to talk about our rights as citizens during arrest according to the law, and if these laws can be enforced in our country, in Nigeria.
Workers, how far now? Now your week be this, so no worry, we get something for you. So just sit back, relax, strap on your seatbelts, and enjoy the ride.
Talk your own.
Lord Stark has been sentenced to 20 years imprisonment for the
Jane,
crime of armed
isn't this the same guy that lives in your estate?
What if I told you I had a hand in the judgment? I couldn't keep quiet too. I reported the case to the police.
We shall launch an investigation immediately. Be rest assured, we shall protect your identity.
Some days later, the police were at Lord Stark's swing. They went straight to where he kept his loot and all his guns.
You don't mean it.
Then don't do their investigation well. When the guy tried to escape, he jumped out of the window. But guess what? The police were waiting for him right there.
I beg, take it easy. Lord Stark, you're under arrest. Anything you say will be used against you in the court of law.
3 days later, him and his gang were charged to court.
Wow. Now our police be this.
Seriously, if it happened,
with good laws,
proper funding,
training, and cooperation,
if it happen, talk your own.
Let's enter the street of Abuja, make we hear from people as we ask the question, if everyone has rights, does a suspected thief have rights during arrest?
This matter, it concern me, it concern you. Talk your own.
Yeah, a suspected thief has right before an arrest can be made on him, right? Definitely. Because he's a citizen of the country and as a human, he has rights of hearing and then freedom of speech and all that. So he has every right to express himself until he is proven guilty in the court of law. So that's just my opinion.
Yes, he has right, because according to our laws, somebody is only declared a criminal or seen as a criminal after a court pronouncement.
To the best of my knowledge, a suspected thief has rights. In fact, he's not pronounced a thief until proven by court or by the lawyers and confirmed by the court. So he does have rights.
I can say yes, because what the Constitution says is that you are presumed innocent, before you can be convicted or whatever.
This thing now, oh no, Yusuf, Tokyo.
Tokyo on Make Nigeria Better Studio was visited by 3 people, Ijoma, Evaristus, and Jemima. And they talked about their views on how police they go about arrest and what they think of the rights of citizens during arrest according to the Nigeria Police Act 2020.
Talk your own.
My name is Jemima Didimus, a poet and a writer.
My name is Mbodim Onyedikachi Evaristus, a core member serving in Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
My name is Amuche Joma. I'm a business person, anything that brings money. I want to ask if you're satisfied with the methods Nigerian police force uses in making arrests.
In my own terms or in my own understanding of their method, I'm not satisfied with that. I'm not saying any bad about the police force. They are very nice. At least they are the security we have in our country.
I think we are talking about the warrants that police have for arrest. Like they just come to arrest people without warrants.
When it comes to arrest, are you familiar with those rights enacted in the Police Act 2020?
Okay, first of all, in no particular order, you can't restrain me when you arrest. 1. I think you also have to read me my rights while arresting.
The fact that you cannot arrest somebody without a warrant.
Again, this brings me to the fact that police cannot arrest the parent or the sibling of a culprit because the culprit is not available. at that time. The Nigerian police law 2020 doesn't give room for that.
Do you think that the law for 2020 is applicable to Nigeria today?
I might say yes. The first act is 2004, but this is a reform. I believe in that reform, we can have a change. It can be applicable.
So how do you think it can be applicable?
For them to make everything applicable and be working, the police should follow the due process in the Act of 2020. In that their reform, every procedure being laid down in that their Act should be flowed appropriately. Let's say, for example, concerning arrest, maybe in the Act it was written that you should inform the suspect or the culprit. Police should follow that due respect, that due process in that arrest. Police should not harass each citizen, no matter what, since the Act says do not harass your citizens.
Okay, so I think an awareness should be made so people will know their rights about the Police Act 2020. Because they're supposed to know their rights. They're supposed to know that when the police come to arrest you, you're supposed to know the due process that is to be followed.
In order to have a better society, let there be publicity concerning this new reform or this new Act of 2020.
So the Police Act 2020, if it's publicized, the citizens will know their rights and be able to hold the police accountable for their actions.
Talk your own.
We don't hear am o. As Everestus talk say, him no like the way police dey arrest. But Jemima say, if dem follow the law wey dey the Nigerian Police Act 2020, it can help to hold the police accountable.
Talk your own.
We follow Taplong Lucy James, a legal practitioner, talk about the rights of a citizen in the Nigeria Police Act 2020, especially when it comes to arrest. And how can a citizen exercise those rights? Make we hear what she talk.
Talk your own.
Talk your own.
Talk your own.
My name is Taplong Lucy James. I am a legal practitioner. I work with the Rule of Law and Empowerment Initiative, also known as Partners West Africa Nigeria, short for P1. So it's a women-led non-governmental organization that is dedicated to enhancing citizens' participation.
So today we'll be talking about a citizen's rights during arrest. That's when somebody is getting arrested. Do they have rights? And if they do, what are those rights, especially as it's written in the Nigeria Police Act 2020?
First of all, when the police are making an arrest, by virtue of the provisions of the Police Act, as well as the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of Nigeria, the police are supposed to get a warrant of arrest.
Okay.
Warrant duly signed by a magistrate or by a court of law within the jurisdiction, get a warrant of arrest to show that, okay, something has happened. We are trying to get an investigation done, and so we have a warrant of arrest to come and arrest you so that you can come and answer to whatever it is that we are bringing. But when the arrest has been effected, citizens also have rights, such as the right for the police to inform them. Like the police can inform you of your rights. You have the right to remain silent, not to comment and say things that you shouldn't say, or things that will implicate you in the long run during the investigation. And you also have the right to legal representation, in which when statements are being taken, by the time you get to the police station, when statements are being taken, you have the right to get legal representation, such that a lawyer has to be there when you are making your statements, when you are making confessional statements. That way, you can be able to prevent all sorts of human rights violations or abuse from the police officers. And also, that whole process can also be recorded, video recorded.
So, and all that is as it's in the Nigeria Police Act 2020?
Yes, that is contained in the Nigerian Police Act as well as the Administration of Criminal Justice Act.
How can a citizen exercise those rights?
I think the best weapon you have is to know your rights. Know your rights based off on maybe the Police Act, just the basics rights that you need to know. Okay, if the police arrest me, they don't have the right to keep me beyond 24 hours without charging me to court or granting bail. So that one is already enshrined in the Constitution, in the Police Act, as well as the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. So it's just for you to know your rights, arrest, detention. You ask for your lawyer. That's the first thing you should do at the point of arrest. Ask for a lawyer so that as soon as you get to the police station, you are sure that, okay, you have like the right person that will back you with whichever questions or whatever problems that you have with the police.
Taplong Lucy James, wey be legal practitioner, talk say as citizens we get the right to know our offense when we are being arrested. The police supposed to tell you your rights, and when you the right statement, you suppose get a lawyer present, and if you no get, them suppose provide one for you.
Talk your own. We're taking a short break. Talk your own. We'll be right back. You're back on Talk Your Own. Talk Your Own. Make Nigeria better.
Welcome back to Talk Your Own, Make Nigeria Better. My name is Ekpedeme Umo.
And I'm Sumaya Ibrahim Yusuf. Before the break, we were talking about Nigerian Police Act 2020 and about the rights of citizens during arrest according to the law. We spoke with Ijoma, Evaristus, and Jemima as they told us about their views on the method used by the police during arrest.
And our legal practitioner told us what the rights of a citizen is in the Nigeria Police Act 2020 when it comes to arrest, and how a citizen can exercise those rights. If you want to be a part of the program, all you have to do is text us on the number 0708 282 1279. Again, the number is 070-8282-1279. And you can also find us on Facebook and Instagram at BBC Media Action Niger.
I must talk my own. I go talk.
Talk your own. Make Niger better.
This is still Talk Your Own, Make Niger Better. As we mentioned earlier, this is the week for work.
Yes, it's our week.
Yes, of course. And we had a discussion with some people, and they told us what it means to be a worker in Nigeria. And if they would rather run a successful business or have a well-paying job. Before we go to the street, super, which one will you prefer?
So me man don't like. Is it well-paying job? My head is here.
Really?
Yes. What about you? What would you go for? A well-paying job or a successful business?
Seriously, super. I prefer the two. In fact, I love the two.
Okay. If you give me a chance like this, I go have a well-paying job and decide business, another well-paying job if you need me. All right, so let's go to the streets of Abuja and hear what they have to say.
Talk your own.
What does it mean to be a worker in Nigeria today?
It's difficult too because you have to virtually provide everything by yourself. You provide electricity, you provide security, provide accommodation, and you are highly taxed.
The situation of the country is hard. For me, as a self-employed person, is hard for me. And so I feel for workers too, it's also hard for them because there's no increase in their salary, but there's increase in items on the market, there's increase in their apartments like rentals, there's increase. So
I think basically it is not easy to be a worker in Nigeria. If you look at the public sector today, you can see that even the minimum wage of 30,000 naira. But you can see that we have high inflation in Nigeria. Prices of things are going up. Even school fees, children's school fees are going up.
Man, it's tough. From point of view of a worker, it is tough.
Would you rather run a successful business or have a well-paying job?
Oh, I would rather run a successful business because I have my time. I can control my time, what happens around me. I'm not being ordered around by somebody who is superior than I am. So I have time for myself to go out and enjoy with my friends, have time to, hang out with my friends, my family.
I will prefer a well-paid job. But if I can see business as well, I will venture in it. Currently, the situation of Nigeria is, I think the salary is not enough.
I'll do both. Both, because I like money. I love money. I always want money. I think money. I dream money. Everything money. So if I get a job, I start working. If I start business, everything money I will do.
I would like to have a business and still go to work because of the situation of the country, and a white collar job now is not dependent on. So I like to have something extra.
Personally, I'm not very into business, so so yes, successful, well-paying Ogodoyinbo job.
Your own.
Una don't hear it in them talk. Now, over to you where they listen to us. Would you rather run a successful business or would you rather have a well-paying job? Which one you would choose? Just send us a text message or WhatsApp message on the number 0708 282 1279.
Your own.
We are about to listen to the story of Fatima from Masaka, Nasarawa State, as she will tell us what happened when police come arrest her.
Talk your own.
I go talk.
My name is Fatima Musa. I live at Masaka in Nasarawa State. I do sell food. I have a story. I do sell food with my girls. We do stay at home on Monday. Okay. So when we are at home, some police people came in, barged into the compound, into my house. They say they are looking for some people that we don't know. Say they call the general patrol. They arrest anybody they want. But they come into my room. They arrest me and my two girls. They even met me with without clothes because I only put on bra and bone shorts. They barged in, they didn't knock. They came in, they checked my bathroom and the rest. They didn't say anything, so they arrest me and my girls. The next thing, they take us to the police station. They didn't ask of.
Did they tell you why they were arrested?
They didn't say anything.
Did you ask them what?
We asked now. I asked when I was even in the room before going to follow them to the police station. They started shouting at us. Tashi, Peter, you with Hausa, you people should go out, come outside. They're supposed to knock now. Then show me my search warrant before entry. If they want to arrest me, they're supposed to just knock and arrest me. They're supposed to just barge into my house like that. So they barge in. They didn't even tell me the reason why they even arrested me. That's the main point.
Talk your own.
I go talk.
We have listened to the story of Fatima. She told us how police barged into her room and arrested her without informing her of her crime, without even presenting an arrest warrant, even after she asked them. Make we go back to tap long Lucy James, who be legal practitioner, and hear what she has to say on top this matter.
Talk your own.
I get arrested and my rights were infringed on. What can I do in that moment, or what can I do after that, so to speak?
Okay, so after that, I think the best thing to do is to file a complaint with the appropriate authorities, such as the Police Complaint Response Unit, that's the PCRU, or the Police Service Commission. You can also lodge complaints with the National Human Rights Commission, or just provide details of the incident, including the nature of the violation and any other supporting evidence that you might have gathered following the arrest and the infringements of your right. So in order to support your complaints, it's better for you to document everything. It's easier, maybe recording any transaction, any statements. You make sure that it's being recorded, the date, the time. If for any reason you are scared of, let's say, going to report with the Police Service Commission or any of the appropriate authorities for the police officers, you can seek legal redress, where you take your matters to court if you feel you've been unlawfully arrested, detained, or subjected to abuse by the police. you seek legal redress through the judicial system. So you just consult with your lawyer to explore your options for filing a suit.
How can I be made aware of these my rights that are in the Nigeria Police Act 2020? And then what are the benefits of knowing these rights?
So citizens can be made aware of the provisions of the Nigerian Police Act 2020, most especially through educating yourself.
How?
You can just Google what are the rights of citizens under the Police Act. You can find that, and my organization P1, we also carry out awareness and sensitization campaigns around focal states where we work in. Then you can also collaborate with legal aid councils, other civil society organizations.
Yeah, and they can also listen to Tokyo and Make Nigeria Better.
Yes, definitely.
So what are the benefits of the Nigerian citizen knowing their rights?
So for me personally, the benefits will be that you know your rights. You know the things that a police officer can arrest you with. You know that, okay, the police cannot detain me in the police station past a certain number of days or past a certain number of days. You know that, okay, I am entitled to bail. In knowing your rights helps to make the police accountable. In most instances, you've been arrested, taken to the police station, you can say, oh, these are my rights as it is enshrined in your law. So you can go check in section this, and then you can find it there. Then from there you can pick it up.
I must talk my own. I go talk.
Talk your own. Make Naija better.
She don't talk say if the police infringe on your rights during an arrest, you can take the matter to court and seek redress.
You also fit guide the matter go Human Rights Commission. To find out more about the Nigeria Police Act 2020, just go to Google. Now, very simple something. Open your Google, go to your search bar, and type out Nigeria Police Act 2020, and boom, you see all the information that you need. Shikina, Abi Sumaya de Soka Shikina.
Talk your own. Make Naija better.
And that's all, folks. Time to wrap up today's doings. We get plenty doings what we do today. But before we walk out the door, let's look at today's events. On Talk Your Own Make Naija Better today, we hear from Ijeoma, Evaristus, and Jemima as them talk about what they think of the methods where police they use during arrest. And they talk say the Nigeria Police Act 2020 will help fix any issue at all, as it will help hold the police accountable.
I will also hear the story of Fatima as the police arrested her without properly informing her of her crime. And on top this matter, Taplong Lucy James, will be legal practitioner, talk say if something like this happened to you, you should take the matter to court and seek redress.
And I hear we go waka comot for studio today. As always, I am Ekpedeme Omo, aka Super.
Yes, so, and I'm Sumaya Ibrahim Yusuf.
See you next week.
See you, Anjima.
Talk Your Own is produced by BBC Media Action with funding from the German Federal Foreign Office through the United Nations Development Programme.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Tell me when to say love me, Jojo.
Love me in and out, unfailingly, and I'll be down now. Anytime you call me, I'll be down, because I love and I love and I love and I love you only, because I need and I need and I need and I need you more. Yeah, you know I run and I run and I run and I run, fly in the sky in the night, hold me in your arms and your love and your light. I'm on your wave right now. I'm on your wave right now. Yeah. I'm on your vibe now. You got me on your side now. Yeah, I'm on your wave right now.